of skeptics are meeting in Toronto next month to question the events of 9/11. The meeting comes as thousands are set to gather to remember the lives lost on this, the 10-year anniversary of those attacks. The conspiracy theory meetings are set to take place at Ryerson University, and that's where CTV's Amanda Blitz joins us now. Amanda.
Hi, Jacqueline. That's right. Ryerson University, that's where we are. It's supposed to take place from September 8th to September 11th. You might notice the date. Well, that's got some people concerned. I'm here right now with the organizer of the event, Graham McQueen. So, Graham, why are you having this on September 11th, the 10th anniversary?
Well, I think the 10th anniversary is the appropriate occasion to sum up all the research that's been done over 10 years, which suggests that the story we've been given about 9/11 is not true.
But what do you say to those people who say that it's so insensitive to have it on September 11th, on the 10th year anniversary?
I think the people who find it insensitive are probably people who feel that folks like me are nuts and busybodies with nothing better to do. If that's your perspective, you would see it as insensitive. But if you open up your mind to the possibility that we are actually researchers, in my case, university professor for 30 years, doing my best research on this, and we're trying to determine what happened, why it happened, and who did it, those kinds of questions, and we're saying the official story is wrong. I think if you open your mind to the possibility that we're right, it's not insensitive, it's actually crucial. Why would Canadians want to build their foreign policy and their domestic policy on a lie?
So have you faced any resistance?
Anniversaries are important, and we knew that the 10th anniversary of 9/11 would be important one way or another, whether we did anything or not. And I had some fears about how it would be used. It would be used to promote myth and lie and deception. It might be used to reinvigorate the flagging war on terror. There's always Syria, there's always Iran, and so on left to go. But there's another way that it also could be used that I worried about, and that is to put the whole thing to bed, so to speak, to say, this is now part of history. This is not the present anymore, this is the past. And because it's the past, it'll be in the history books and the kids will read it. That is the official narrative, the lie about 9/11. And I thought, in order to try and prevent that, we've got to have an event on the 10th anniversary which will say, this isn't over, this is just beginning. This is just beginning.
We have gathered here at Ryerson University in Toronto for the international hearings on the events of September 11th, 2001. Everything changed after 9/11. That is a cliche, and perhaps a politically motivated one. However, governmental responses to that day's events have reshaped our world in ways I can only summarize here in the briefest manner. The events of 9/11 have served as a cause or pretext for two major wars, producing incalculable suffering in Iraq and Afghanistan, and increasing instability throughout the Middle East.
In Canada, let us add, there are parallel grounds for public debate and formal hearings. 24 Canadians were among the direct victims of the 9/11 attacks. 6 times that number of Canadian soldiers have died in Afghanistan in the longest running of the 9/11 wars. And the kettling and mass arrests of more than 1,000 peaceful demonstrators at last year's G20 protests in Toronto, while the police made no attempt to interfere with the actions of a disorderly minority, was one sign of the extent to which civil liberties have declined in post-9/11 Canada. The importance of 9/11 as a historic turning point, then, is not in doubt. But much of what happened on that day, in the period leading up to it, and in its immediate aftermath, remains in doubt, in terms most particularly of the agencies and causalities involved in that sequence of events. Our 4-day hearings, then, will thus have a quasi-judicial structure. The presentations of the expert witnesses will be evidence-based, rather than speculative. The methodologies involved, whether those of the physical or the social sciences, will be rigorous, and the information that the witnesses present will receive a further critical sifting at the hands of the panelists, both in the questions they put to witnesses and also subsequently in their final report.
We all know what we saw, but we don't know what happened. But scientists have a distinct view of what happened because of their professional backgrounds. And so it's meaningful when you get scientists, architects, engineers, the entire conglomeration of the community that has looked at what we saw and studied it according to the scientific method.
In general, the hearings are intended to bring attention to the most substantial evidence that has accumulated over the last 10 years, evidence that the 9/11 Commission report and the various reports issued by the National Institute of Standards and Technology failed to adequately address, which demonstrates that there is a need for a new, independent, and international investigations into the events of 9/11. The hearings are not a new investigation in themselves. The hearings will provide a succinct summary of the strongest evidence that a new investigation is immediately warranted and that the international community cannot abdicate this responsibility any longer. The format and conduct of the hearings will be analogous to, though not exactly the same as, a legal proceeding, a criminal proceeding that is known in the United States as a grand jury hearing. The analogy between the Toronto hearings and a grand jury proceeding is not perfect because there are some differences in format and product of the Toronto hearings. The hearings are not being conducted according to any specific laws or legal procedures, and the outcome will not have the force of law. Instead of convening a traditional jury panel, we decided to gather together an international panel of prominent individuals who have agreed to do what governments and major media outlets around the world have so far refused to do: look at the evidence objectively and decide whether it deserves wider attention. In selecting panelists, we looked for two qualifications in an individual: someone who is, one, highly credible, and two, open to objectively assessing the evidence.
Ferdinando Imposamato is the honorary president of the Supreme Court of Italy. As a former senior investigative judge, he presided over major terrorism-related cases, including political assassination. A former senator who served on the Anti-Mafia Commission in 3 administrations, a former legal consultant to the United Nations on drug trafficking, and the author or co-author of 7 books on international terrorism, state corruption, and related matters. He is also a Grand Officer of the Order of Merit of the Republic of Italy. Herbert Jenkins, a Professor Emeritus of Psychology at McMaster University, worked in major research laboratories before coming to McMaster in 1963, an influential figure both in the psychology of learning and judgment, and also in the development of new forms of interdisciplinary curricula that have been widely imitated in other Canadian universities. He was awarded an honorary doctorate by McMaster University in 2009 in recognition of his impact in both fields. David Johnson is a Professor Emeritus of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Tennessee. A Fellow of the American Institute of Certified Planners, he served on the staffs of the Boston Redevelopment Authority, the Washington National Capital Planning Commission, and the Regional Plan Association of New York. A former chair of the planning departments at Syracuse University and at Ball State University, he is also a past president of the Fulbright Association of the United States. Richard B. Lee, our 4th panelist, is a distinguished Professor Emeritus of Anthropology at the University of Toronto, a Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, a foreign honorary member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, and a foreign associate of the National Academy of Sciences. He has served as president of the Canadian Anthropology Society and the Canadian Ethnology Society, and holds honorary doctorates from the University of Fairbanks, Alaska, and the University of Guelph.
Over the course of 4 days, the panel will listen to evidence that has been collected over the last 10 years that contradicts the official government version of events. Each witness will present an opening statement and then answer questions posed by the panel. The panel has been given considerable latitude in the subject and nature of the questions they may ask, and we expect the witnesses to answer every question to the best of their knowledge. After the hearings have adjourned on the 4th day, the panel will reconvene over the following weeks and months and make a decision on which aspects, if any, of the evidence presented deserves further investigation by governments with subpoena and political power. The panel will then publish a final report, which I will help draft and edit, setting forth a recitation of the evidence presented and the panel's conclusions regarding the strength of the evidence and recommendations on how to proceed.
The information that we receive from really all sorts of media, with the exception of the alternate media, the internet, seems to be just kind of telling us the same story over and over again, but they really can't address the hard questions that are out there. They will say, they being those that support the official story, that, well, all those questions have been answered. There's books out there. Well, they've all been answered. Surely they've all been answered. But when you read those books and when you get into those questions, you find that they have not been answered.
This is what we're talking about at the Toronto hearings, presenting this evidence to the distinguished panel and packaging it. And I'm very excited to be a part of it and to hear the other distinguished panelists discuss the other aspects of the extremely explosive destruction of the Twin Towers, including nanothermite composite explosives found in all the World Trade Center dust.
People that read this material and have looked into it realize the official account can't withstand scrutiny. It's just full of holes and contradictions, gaps. The difficulty is bringing this to the attention of responsible parties. The political class in the United States is basically, you can't talk about it, much less do anything about it. And so I think bringing it to Canada and bringing everybody together and trying to put on the table a collection of evidence that we are confident about can raise the profile of this issue, because that's all we have to do is get people to take a look at it.
So I've been interviewed a lot, especially recently in connection with the hearings, and the media have been told, I suppose, for 10 years that conspiracy theory is the term to use, and that's why we don't interview these people much, and that's how we're going to disparage them when we do interview them. It hasn't worked very well for them recently, because if that's what you've done for 10 years, instead of looking into it, instead of thinking about it, the most you've been able to come up with is the term conspiracy theory, then when you're finally confronted with a whole bunch of articulate, intelligent people together, and they just dismiss that as BS. What do you mean conspiracy theory? Let's talk about it. Then it turns out you don't know anything. You don't have anything else to say. So one interviewer after another, I find, has been speechless once you explain that the conspiracy theory label is useless. They have nothing else to say.
Conspiracy theory is a way of trying to discredit inquiry. I mean, it's perfectly legitimate to say, here is a very, very serious event that occurred. It killed thousands of people right off the bat. It's killing firefighters still today. It's used to justify war. It's killed thousands of American soldiers. It's killed millions of Iraqis and Afghanis. It's literally in the millions. And to consider that investigating the roots of that is somehow not legitimate, or that you have to be somehow psychologically impaired, some sort of conspiratorial thinking. They're trying to psychologize all this to where people can dismiss people who even ask these questions. I think it's being a responsible citizen to ask questions of your government and to not just take what they say without any kind of critical thought.
That's only half of it. We're crazy nuts who don't know our feet from our hands, and we're very dangerous. So much so that they have at least 2 officers inside the U.S. government to deal with conspiracy theorists. This is Orwellian thought control. The government is in the business of telling people not to listen to conspiracy theorists.
They can't answer the physics, they can't answer the questions, so what else can they do? When you're getting difficult questions, of course, you just smear the person that's asking those questions if you can't answer those questions head on. And I think the nice thing about these international hearings today is that anybody who looks at it will realize that we're not walking in there with tinfoil hats. We are just normal people. We are ordinary citizens who are concerned and trying to do something about it. We are not irrational people. We are bringing up legitimate questions that just cannot or have not been answered.
We're putting our reputations on the line, speaking publicly about an unpopular subject. And all we're asking is that we be taken seriously and that the evidence be looked at.
I think we face an uphill battle in our effort to establish a real inquiry into the horrific events of 9/11. And a necessary part of that battle was advanced in our 4 days of hearings. We have focused on the strongest evidence and reasoned arguments that the official account of 9/11 is not true. Any open-minded person, in my view, who genuinely seeks the truth and is willing to examine the evidence would support a real inquiry with the power to subpoena witnesses and with the political clout to pry loose from a secretive government evidence that they have so far managed to suppress. We really want to begin a long process of rebuilding trust in the democratic state in the only way it can be done within the law, by opening the government to the legitimate needs of its citizens to know and to see and to be heard. We should be a movement to rebuild trust through real inquiry. To bring about a rebirth of democracy and trust in the United States, this must be done in and by the people and some part of the state together.
It occurred to me as I tried to put forward to the questioners in the last couple of days that because of the collapse of these three towers, there must be massive changes to the building codes in the United States of America, and I'm kind of willing to bet that there aren't any. And I kind of think that that is something that we definitely should definitely be explored. Why aren't there changes in the building codes? The towers collapsed. According to the recognized authorities, this is how they collapse. So what's happening in the building codes? One of the rhetorical devices used by the official story is to say that we critics are showing disrespect for the dead. And on the contrary, it seems really important to say that by really seeking the true sources of their tragedy, of their deaths, we are showing real respect for them and not crying crocodile tears.
The panel decided to present a formal charge to the General Prosecutor of the United States and the Prosecutor of New York City against the unknown responsible of the above indicated action further than crash of airplanes. And to this regard, the Toronto hearing panel asked for further technical and scientific investigation by independent and impartial expert appointed by competent USA magistrate in the respect of the rules of due process of law. This panel trusts the USA United States justice and in United States willingness to accept the truth. Nevertheless, if the inert and careless behavior should continue, we would be obliged to start legal proceedings before the International Criminal Court of Hague, according to Article 7 of the Court Statute. This article establishes the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court for the crimes against humanity as the 9th event of September. The International Criminal Court has been established in order to watch over the world people against the crimes committed out of the declared wars. It is not a question of interference, but of justice and solidarity.
I want to say that I am a proud and patriotic American U.S. citizen. I served in the military. I've been a federal employee. I've represented the United States as a Fulbright scholar in 4 countries. And I think my country has a proud history, not all of it, but much of it, and we've done some wonderful things. And I I have not given up on my country. I was at the original hearings when the Twin Towers were proposed in New York as a city planner in 1960, I think it was 67 or 68. And I supported the building of the Twin Towers proposed by David Rockefeller to keep the financial district in the downtown. It was migrating north, and that's why it was built. I supported it because I felt it made good planning sense, and there was I was well aware of the internal structure of this building. A very interesting structure, unique actually. I had done work in structural engineering. My first degree was in architecture. And so when I saw the videos of the collapse of the building, I said, something's fishy here. And this was in 2002. It was very early. And I talked to people about it, and they looked at me and rolled their eyes, as they do. Senator Fulbright, who was one of my heroes, he wrote in a book called The Arrogance of Power, I do not think for a moment that America, with her deeply rooted democratic traditions, is likely to embark upon a campaign to dominate the world in the manner of a Hitler or Napoleon. What I do fear is that she may be drifting into commitments which, though generous and benevolent in intent, are so far-reaching as to exceed even America's great capacities. At the same time, it is my hope, and I emphasize it because it underlies all of the criticisms and proposals I make here, that America will escape those fatal temptations of power which have ruined other great nations, and will instead confine herself to doing only that good in the world which she can do, both by direct effort and by the force of her own example. Fulbright went on to write another book which he titled The Price of Empire. And in it he said, the price of empire is America's soul, and that is too high a price. Thank you.
We are gathering together to demand a real investigation that accounts for all of this evidence, that uses the scientific method relative to its examination, that uses immunity to bring forth witnesses, and takes testimony under oath. That'll be a real investigation, and we don't know who is capable of performing that yet. That's beyond our area of expertise. But we hope the Toronto hearings will aid us toward that end.
I look forward to the day that there can be a real, legitimate, transparent, independent court review of the information that is being put forward at this tribunal and the work of others who have done the necessary investigations.
There's a lot of people that are easily manipulated because all they basically have is a stereotypical value system that's dished out by the media.
The average person goes to their newspaper and reads their local magazine and listens to their news. It's very hard to get people to break a habit that's been inbred in them for the last, well, ever since they were born. So it's a difficult task. I think the alternate media, the internet, is an absolute critical part of this whole thing.
I mean, the news shows are a farce. Don't get your news from TV. Turn off your TV, get your news from other sources.
I believe in human curiosity and human intelligence, and there's a limit to how long people can go on thinking that one bullet inflicted 7 wounds on 2 different people in the presidential car in Dallas in 1963. That sort of thing slowly becomes ridiculous because of what's being called paradigm shift. It's not that you persuade the older generation die. And then you have a new generation whose minds have not been distorted by the propaganda campaigns.
Would you have any advice for, say, a young person who is inspired, hungry for truth, and looking to make a difference?
Yeah, I would just, watch the people that seem to be making a difference today. There are alternative journalists out there, if that's what you're interested in, if that's what your talents lie, where your talents lie. That's an incredibly important part. We frankly it appears, need to build a new media. It's critically important for the future. So we need people to have the courage and take the steps necessary, make the sacrifices necessary to build that media, take the risks. And if that happens, I think that we're going to make a lot of progress in the future.
Well, I guess the first thing is think for yourself. You know, don't believe something because Peter Dale Scott said it, and certainly don't believe something because the New York Times said it. But trust in your own ability, not just to understand what has been said so far, but if you have the curiosity, go a little further, get into the primary records, and discover something new that nobody else has ever discovered before. That's relatively easy to do in this field because there's so much pressure on people not to conduct this kind of research that if you become independent and do it, you may find something which will contribute to the record.
You need to wake up. You need to look at what's really going on, not just the myth, the propaganda.
I guess if I was speaking to young people right now, I'd say your youth, your physical youth, is a transient thing. We barely get a chance to realize we're young when we look in the mirror and realize we're not young anymore. So, enjoy your youth, but that's not gonna do it for you in your life. You've got to come up with something that's more substantial. And please don't buy into all the stuff about your career and that's the biggest thing in life. Truth is important, goodness is important, compassion is important. Helping this planet is important. And don't hesitate to give your life to that, your energy to that.
When I ponder the horrendous crimes of 9/11, I likewise feel sick to my stomach. It's a different sickness, but every bit as much vertigo-inducing, as has been given testament here. Human consciousness eventually assimilated the pertinence of gravity and made peace with what it meant, once a heresy against ultimate authority, although it was, and we moved on. Institutions were erected that one way or another gave testament to the witness of science about gravity. And have no mistake about it, we have given witness to science here these last few days. Each of these witnesses, with a score of others doing likewise here, stepped from privileged place into the auger of history. Like Galileo, they glimpsed the redemption that God, him, her, itself, willing, others might someday do likewise, made the mysteries explicable to us all. But when the mass media and every other institution of the land are willing to play along with contempt for laws of the universe, we've got more fundamental problems. In the late Middle Ages, so-called scholastic philosophers confronted with mounting evidence for a world governed some other way than had for so long been accepted, preoccupied themselves with the relevance of angels dancing on pinheads, as if that was the most relevant consideration for them to sort through. I'd like to take solace in some positive headlines in the next few days, glimpse some sort of confirmation that the beautifully shameless testaments made here have made it past the matrix sentinels for the time being. I know that headlines will never be enough. I think all of us know that. But one thing I know for certain, although so many of them want free people thinking otherwise, we who are free are not lone wolves, not now and not ever. Something other than physical laws binds us together now, us who gave witness to these testaments here, so wonderfully done. We might be exiles from the matrix of received wisdom from a pliant media, but as Morpheus in the film story The Matrix said, we are still here. Here's to hoping soon for a world full of exiles. Thank you.
Thank you for continuing on the path to seeking the truth on this 10th anniversary of 9/11 and for inviting me to speak to you. My name is Laurie Van Auken. On September 11, 2001, my husband Kenneth went to work at Cantor Fitzgerald in the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Ken was on the 105th floor of Tower 1 when American Airlines Flight 11 hit his building. He left a message that began with "I love you" and went on to let me know that he had felt the building get hit by something. Ken didn't know if he would get out. Essentially, he was calling to say goodbye. I knew that my husband had survived the initial strike, but that's all I knew. While I sat in utter shock from what I was watching on television, I continued to hope for a glimpse of Ken somewhere in the chaos of people running and jumping from buildings. At some point, President Bush was shown sitting in an elementary school class listening to a story about a pet goat. This footage was in a split screen with a video of the World Trade Center that had smoke billowing from a plane-shaped hole. I clearly remember trying to will Mr. Bush to get up and do something, but even after Andrew Card whispered something in his ear, he just continued to sit there. That was my first clue that something was not quite right. Shouldn't the Commander-in-Chief have a more important job to do while planes are crashing into the World Trade Center than listening to an elementary school class reading lesson? Wasn't the President of the United States himself a potential terrorist target? I thought of my own kids and worried that the children in that Florida school were in harm's way if President Bush was a target. As I continued watching the most unbelievable drama I had ever seen, the World Trade Center building started crumbling and crashing to the ground. The building that was hit first, my husband's building, remained standing as the South Tower, which was hit second, fell. I thought, how did the South Tower get hit in the top corner of the building without that piece of the building falling away from the rest of the structure as you would expect it to? Suddenly, Ken's building exploded into dust as I watched, and people tried to run away from the gigantic wall of smoke and debris that seemed to follow them down the street. Really? Steel-framed skyscrapers could disintegrate just like that? As the news spread, our friends and family members seemed to appear from nowhere to sit with us while we waited for the news about Ken's whereabouts and condition. That first night, I got almost no sleep and made hundreds of phone calls to New York City and New Jersey hospitals, as well as the Red Cross, hoping to find my husband alive somewhere. We didn't find out how much our lives would change until 2 days later, when Howard Lutnick, the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, appeared on TV. That's when we learned that Ken didn't get out, that no one in the building above the impact of the airplane had gotten out alive. The sadness and horror that shrouded my family after September 11th cannot possibly be conveyed to you. Before long, the gnawing questions started overwhelming me. I wasn't eating or sleeping very much, and instead, I found myself hunched over my computer in my basement, reading and researching every 9/11 related article that I could get my hands on. Mindy Kleinberg and I live in the same town, and our husbands work for the same company, but we had never met prior to September 11th, 2001. Right after the tragedy, a mutual friend introduced us. Mindy and I began attending a support group that the families affected by Pan Am 103 Lockerbie had set up for the 9/11 families. There we met Bob Minetti, who had lost a child in the crash of Pan Am 103. At another meeting for 9/11 victims' family members, we became acquainted with Patty Casaza and Kristen Breitweiser. We began emailing each other about questions we had. Soon we would learn that there would be only a congressional investigation and only into the intelligence failures that led to 9/11. But by then we knew that every governmental agency had failed us on September 11th. NORAD, the FAA, the DOJ, etc., in addition to the FBI, CIA, and NSA. We wanted an investigation into all of the actions and failures that had led to the deaths of our loved ones and so many others on that horrible September day. Many people couldn't, or more likely didn't want, to hear the difficult questions regarding 9/11 that were emerging. But Bob Minetti listened and encouraged us to go to Washington, D.C. to ask for a comprehensive investigation. We learned that there was a stalled bill proposing a 9/11 commission and decided to go and see if we could light a fire under the lawmakers to push forward with the legislation for an inquiry. Asking for an investigation into 9/11 became a full-time job. The four of us planned a rally in Washington, D.C. for June 11, 2001, 9 months after 9/11, to garner support for our cause. When seeking meetings in Washington, you are asked for the name of your organization. Thus, the four of us, Mindy Kleinberg, Patty Casaza, Kristen Breitweiser, and I, became the September 11th advocates. Soon, other victims' family members from other states began referring to us as the Jersey Girls. Before long, the press picked it up as well. Gail Sheehy wrote an article about us called 4 9/11 Moms Battle Bush that told our story and brought public attention to our plight. The group of us that would later become the 12 members of the Family Steering Committee for the 9/11 Commission had now loosely formed. And we learned to split up in order to meet with as many senators and congressmen as we could on a given visit to Washington. As the final language for a bill that would give us the 9/11 Commission was almost agreed upon, we began to notice a lot of foot dragging. Vice President Dick Cheney had clearly been against having an inquiry from the start and was working behind the scenes to keep things from moving forward. Cheney was often seen on TV with some scary reason for why we couldn't have an investigation into 9/11. One time, while we were all together in Representative Porter Goss's office, Goss got a phone call from Cheney telling him to keep negotiating with us. Goss looked flustered by that phone call, and we were beginning to learn how Washington worked. We finally got fed up with the intense runaround that we were getting, with everyone blaming everyone else for the delay. We couldn't take it anymore and asked Senator Lieberman, Democrat of Connecticut, to organize a meeting with all of the involved parties in one room. And to our surprise, he obliged. During that gathering, it became painfully apparent to everyone that it was the Bush-Cheney White House that was causing the stalemate. As the meeting wore on, and it appeared once again that there wouldn't be an agreement to the terms, all of the 9/11 family members that were in attendance stood up in solidarity, saying that we would not leave without an agreement on the legislation. The press was outside waiting to hear about the outcome, and the White House knew it. That was a critical moment and a turning point for us. Finally, the House passed a version of our legislation for an independent investigation. When the Senate voted on their version of the 9/11 Commission bill, we were invited to Washington to witness the event. As the Senate voted on the 9/11 Commission legislation, we were there cheering. Then we learned about conference committees, where the two houses of Congress would mesh the versions of the legislation that each had voted on. We wanted 2 years for the investigation, but got only 18 months. Initially, only $3 million was allotted, compared with $50 million allotted to investigating the Challenger explosion. We wanted subpoena power for each commissioner, but with pressure from the Bush-Cheney White House, there was an agreement made that would allow subpoena power only if the chair and vice chair, or at least 6 commissioners, voted for it. This was a political body split between 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. Getting 6 commissioners to agree to ask for a subpoena would have meant that one person had to jump over to the other side, which was highly unlikely. The commission legislation also gave guidance as to who would appoint the 9/11 commissioners. As per the legislation, President Bush got to choose who would head the commission. His first choice was Henry Kissinger. This news was getting some very negative press. Since Kissinger was informally known as the king of cover-ups, and we had fought long and hard for the creation of an independent investigation into the events of 9/11, this was unacceptable to most of us. Since Kissinger was tapped to head our commission, the Family Steering Committee asked to meet with him in his New York City office. A lot of research was done in preparation for that meeting, and we had learned that Kissinger and associates had some of the bin Laden family members as their clients. Henry Kissinger didn't want to publicly reveal his client list, but we knew that all of the commissioners were required to do so. After some polite conversation, I felt compelled to ask him directly if he had any Saudi clients or any clients by the name of bin Laden. After I asked my questions, he spilled his coffee and nearly fell off the couch. We'll never know exactly why, but the next day Kissinger resigned. President Bush then named Tom Kean, the former governor of New Jersey, as chairman of the 9/11 Commission, which was now taking shape. Various congressional leaders picked the balance of the commissioners. As we did our research, it became clear that all of the members that had been chosen for the commission had some conflict of interest. The first commission hearing was in March of 2003. Unbeknownst to us, our real work was just beginning. As watchdogs of the commission, the next 2 years of our lives were exhausting and exasperating as we battled the White House, Congress, the commission's executive director, Philip Zelikow, and at various times both with and against the 9/11 commissioners themselves on the various issues that arose. We fought along with the commissioners to get more money for the commission, to get an extension of time, to get access to important White House documents, and to get Condoleezza Rice to testify. We battled against the commissioners, trying to get them to subpoena recalcitrant witnesses and agencies, and were outraged when we learned they were using minders in interviews. We tried in vain to get them to fire their conflict-laden executive director, Philip Zelikow, and fought against allowing Bush and Cheney to testify together in a void with no transcript and no press. We let them know when they fell short of asking hard-hitting questions. We went to every open hearing, hoping that the commissioners would ask tough questions. I can recall only a few instances during the 12 public hearings that we were actually pleased with the vigor of questioning. As executive staff director of the commission, Philip Zelikow really ran the show, deciding what topics would be covered at the hearings and who would be called to testify. After some cursory research, we found out that in 1995, he and Condoleezza Rice had co-authored a book called Germany Unified and Europe Transformed, a study in statecraft. They had worked together in the first Bush White House and had both been members of the second Bush's transition team in 2000-2001. As our intense monitoring of the 9/11 Commission continued, we found that there were even more insidious conflicts surrounding Dr. Zelikow. In his work for President Bush's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board, the PFIAB, Zelikow helped write the plans for the Iraq War. The Family Steering Committee immediately put out a press release. Quote, "It is apparent that Dr. Zelikow should never have been permitted to be Executive Staff Director of the Commission. As Executive Staff Director, his job has been to steer the direction of the Commission's investigation, an investigation whose mandate includes understanding why the Bush administration failed to prioritize the al-Qaeda threat. It is abundantly clear that Zelikow's conflicts go beyond just the transition period." The press release went on to request Zelikow's resignation. The 9/11 families, or at least some of us, were hoping for a real investigation with scholars and experts in the appropriate fields and evidence to back up the work. We had wanted true independence from politics. We had fought so hard to get this commission and did not want someone who clearly had huge conflicts of interest to be running the investigation. But unfortunately, that's what we got. 10 years after the 9/11 attacks, the old questions still linger and new ones have arisen. A real investigation into 9/11 has never been done. This is incredible considering the direction that we have taken as a country. The passing of the Patriot Act, entering 2 wars, and our entire foreign policy has all been based on the official account of 9/11. The proper place for the 9/11 proceedings would be a courtroom with subpoena power, rules for swearing in witnesses, and established protocols for handling questioning, cross-examination, and evidence. And ultimately, one would hope, real accountability for the actions that led to the deaths of so many. I want to thank you all for taking the time to gather together on this 10th anniversary in order to explore the issues and continue asking the questions that have never been answered regarding the events of September 11, 2001.
I define SCADs as concerted actions or inactions by government insiders intended to manipulate democratic processes and undermine popular sovereignty. All I did was looked at Iran-Contra, Watergate, Flamegate, the manipulation of intelligence to get us into the Iraq War, and I said, what would we call this? What should be the name of this phenomenon? And that's how I came up with this concept, state crimes against democracy. It tells us a lot that we didn't have a name for it. These used to be called high crimes or treason, but those terms have lost currency. I want to say SCAD's not another name for conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theories are allegations, suspicions. They're suspicions that public officials themselves do not endorse. And basically they're saying unless this is investigated and confirmed by an official study, then it's a conspiracy theory. The SCAD concept is a type of crime. The conspiracy theory is trying to get us not to talk about that type of crime, and that's what it amounts to. So by naming it, it's an important thing to name it in the sense that it gives us something to be specific about and talk about without being spurned and turned away by the conspiracy theory pejorative label. JFK, John Kennedy, and Robert Kennedy, both assassinated in the 60s. Both brothers, both assassinated while campaigning, both shot in the head. But nobody looked at that as a serial crime. Nobody said, in fact, we don't say Kennedy assassinations. We say the Kennedy assassination, and what that means is the President Kennedy. 9/11, we're looking at the events of 9/11, but we tend to not think of 9/11 as connected to the anthrax letter attacks. I call this incident-specific myopia. So it's a nearsightedness. I think of it as driven, we're like victims, we're like abuse victims. These shocking events are so overwhelming, they loom large in our minds, in our perceptions, and we can't see them as if we were above and looking at a bunch of them. We can only just see the one and then see the other. But it is the opposite of the way we think about most crimes. If there was a man who married a wealthy woman and the woman died of a freak accident, and then he married another wealthy woman and she died of a freak accident, we would say, this guy's killing his wives. We would certainly suspect that. We would interrogate him. We want to know, where were you when she died from the freak accident? It would be our automatic response. The TV shows on crime use this constantly. They will look for patterns in crimes to identify the suspect. It's just a normal thing. It's criminology 101. And yet when we look at elite political crimes, we see them one at a time. Even when there are obvious connections, like the Kennedy assassinations or the 2000 and 2004 elections. Why do we do that? Well, I mentioned part of it is the abuse syndrome. Part of it, there's just powerful norms that prevent us from suspecting it. The fact is the political class ostracizes anybody who says these things. The clearest example of these norms is the conspiracy theory label and how it operates. Now, what's so peculiar about the conspiracy theory label is it doesn't make any sense. Okay, the idea of conspiracy being an irrational belief, the idea in a conspiracy is a sound legal concept. We use it all the time. We prosecute gangsters in the United States for conspiring. Conspiracies happen. We know that. Iran-Contra, Watergate. So how can you have a concept that dismisses all conspiracies as improbable or impossible? It also doesn't make any sense. It's an unsubstantiated theory of its own. When people dismiss conspiracy theories, what they're doing is embracing a coincidence theory. They're assuming that all these things, yeah, they didn't catch the hijackers getting on the planes, and yeah, there was a group of elites who said we needed to have a new Pearl Harbor. And yeah, there were all these war games going on at the time. And yeah, the buildings fell down. All coincidental. All coincidences. So what's going on is you have an unsubstantiated theory that's being smuggled in with this pejorative term. And finally, it's based on a false premise, this idea that someone would talk. Hey, Americans know you can keep secrets. We kept the Manhattan Project secret. That had 100,000 people working on it. They built 3 cities from scratch. One was the 5th largest city in Tennessee. This word never got out. Get this, when Truman became president, he was not told about the Manhattan Project until he had been in office for over a week. So we can keep secrets. We kept secret our decoding of the Japanese and German secret codes. That was kept secret all through the war. The idea that you can't keep secrets among large groups of people is just mistaken. All right, let's look at SCADs. I've got a list of 19 SCADs. These are political crimes and tragedies. Most are well documented. There are only a few that have been officially corroborated. Watergate, Iran-Contra, Flamegate. These SCADs, they're industrial level operations. If you look at Watergate, for example, this wasn't a couple of burglars. They had 2 people in the hotel across the street watching. They had 1 person to pick the locks. They had 1 person to photograph the documents. They had 1 person to wiretap the phones. They had a whole crew of people. And it was a highly organized operation. So the difficulty in convicting people on this is often they don't know what their role is. They know what they did, but they don't know where it fits in the larger scheme of things. If you look at these skills and tactics, they're skills and tactics of military and intelligence professionals. And actually, some other work I've done, if you look at the development of them, you'll see that they tend to correspond with what we're doing in the international sphere. So we have a series of assassinations in the 60s. Well, at the same time, we were assassinating leaders internationally. So my suspicion is that these tactics tend to migrate back in to our domestic affairs. If you look at Watergate, Iran-Contra, and Iraq-Gate, and just look at the trajectory of criminality, Watergate was basically a maniac, Nixon, wanting to get reelected. And he did implicate some other people and get them to go along with him, but they did reluctantly participated in that. He hired the plumbers because the FBI would not wiretap the news media. So you have people saying they won't go along. When you get to Iran-Contra, now you've got a part of the military and a big chunk of the CIA implicated. When you get to Iraq-Gate, now we're talking the Justice Department with the torture memos and the preemptive war memos. You're talking a big chunk of the military with its preemptive war, and the CIA, of course. So it's becoming much more pervasive. I think it's a frightening trend. Last thing I want to mention, some things about 9/11. It fits the SCAD pattern. I'm just listing some SCAD characteristics. Intersection of presidential politics and foreign policy. Obviously, the 2000 election had undercut the legitimacy of the Bush presidency, and that was turned around after 9/11. It furthered the war on terror. It involves military and intelligence skills with aviation and demolition. The crime scenes were investigated superficially with the no check for explosives in the debris. The photographic evidence, the Pentagon, all the closed-circuit TV videos were confiscated, and only one was released, which was of very poor quality. But there was also a set of photographs taken of 9/11, a helicopter flying above it. These photos did not come out until 2010. It took a Freedom of Information Act request through NIST to be able to get it, and they were really shocking because they showed so much dust and this kind of patterning that looks like explosives. There's a name for it, pyroclastic pattern. There's something peculiar about this label, 9/11. Now, this would have been a top priority for people. If somebody inside the government arranged this, they would want it to be framed in a certain way and would have been thinking about this. So I don't think this is out of the range of possibility. If it's a planted meme, it may have the characteristics of the conspiracy theory meme, which was empty. It's vague, but it's emotionally charged. It's a conveyance of emotion, and it's foreign to the culture. If we look at 9/11, it's emotionally charged. It's connected to the emergency phone number 911. I mean, that itself is very suspicious. And I think that that's the connection that if this was designed, was intended to do, and that it may have been timed to be on that date to have that connection. 9/11 deviates from our naming conventions. We don't name holidays and events, frightening events, by the date. The only date I can think of that we have in America for a special date is July the 4th. But even that is Independence Day. Normally, we would name where the event happened, so Pearl Harbor, 3 Mile Island, or how it was done. So the anthrax letter attacks, for example, if we use that way of naming, we would call 9/11 the hijacked airplane attacks. The problem with using 9/11 is it elevates this historical significance of the event. There's before 9/11 and there's after. And it immediately conveys this way of thinking. These are the kind of sciences I think we should try to expand. I've given you examples of them. I hope that you'll join with me in doing these, and I appreciate everybody letting me use all their material for my theorizing. Thank you.
In this presentation, I will speak of anomalies in the 9/11 Commission report. By anomalies, I mean features about and in this report that would not be expected on the assumption that the official account of 9/11 is true and the Commission was a truth-seeking body. After the 9/11 attacks, one might have expected the U.S. Senate to have had an investigation or hearings analogous to the Senate's Watergate hearings to determine who was responsible for the attacks. But the Senate Majority Leader, Tom Daschle, acquiesced to an appeal by President Bush and Vice President Cheney that only the House and Senate Intelligence Committees look into the potential breakdowns among federal agencies that could have allowed the terrorist attacks to occur, rather than a broader inquiry that some leaders have proposed. Bush and Cheney made this request, they said, because a broader inquiry would take sources and personnel away from the war on terror. So the resulting joint inquiry, authorized in February 2002, did not inquire as to who was responsible for the attacks, but simply presupposed the truth of the claims made by the Bush-Cheney administration. There were continuing signs that the Bush administration did not want the truth about 9/11 to be discussed. I will cite 5 pieces of evidence. First, Bush appointed Henry Kissinger to head the 9/11 Commission, leading the New York Times to ask whether this was not a clever maneuver by the White House to contain an investigation it long opposed. When Kissinger had to resign because he refused to name his clients, Bush appointed former New Jersey Governor Thomas Kean, who had no experience with Washington and national issues, and Representative Lee Hamilton, who had previously served as a Democrat covering up a Republican crime, and who had become friends with Cheney. The Bush White House also managed to get Philip Zelikow, a close friend of Condoleezza Rice, appointed as the executive director. 3, Bush promised only $3 million for the commission, whereas Ken Starr's investigation of President Clinton's affair with Monica Lewinsky had cost almost $30 million. In March of 2003, the commission asked for an additional $11 million, but the Bush administration turned the request down. Eventually, the commission was given $15 million. 5, having declared that the commission must finish its work by May 2004, the Bush administration delayed authority clearances for some of the commissioners. Commissioner Max Cleland said the White House wants to run out the clock here, with the result that the commission would not begin work until the middle of 2003, leaving it with less than a year to finish its work. The Bush administration later did allow for a few more months. In their preface to the 9/11 Commission report, Kean and Hamilton said that the commission sought to provide the fullest possible account of the events surrounding 9/11. In truth, the report provided was a fairly complete report of all the events surrounding 9/11 that could be used to support the official account of the 9/11 attacks. Evidence that some of the alleged hijackers, including Waleed al-Shiri, said to have been on American Flight 11, which supposedly struck the World Trade Center's North Tower, were still alive after 9/11. The Associated Press reported that al-Shiri spoke on September 22nd to the U.S. Embassy in Morocco, explaining that he lived in Casablanca, working as a pilot for Royal Air Maroc. Defenders of the official account would later claim that this was a case of mistaken identity. But a 2001 BBC article entitled "Hijacked Suspect Alive in Morocco" made clear that the man of that name identified by the FBI as one of the hijackers was still alive. His photograph was released by the FBI and has been shown in newspapers and on television around the world. That same Mr. al-Shiri has turned up in Morocco, proving clearly that he was not a member of the suicide attack. He told Saudi journalists in Casablanca that he has now been investigated by the American authorities, who apologize for the misunderstanding. Nevertheless, the 9/11 Commission, writing as if none of this discussion occurred, endorsed the FBI's inclusion of al-Shiri with his photograph on the list of hijackers. The commission even said that al-Shiri was probably responsible for stabbing one of the flight attendants on American 11. The first page of the 9/11 Commission report says, among the air travelers on September 11 were Mohammed Atta and Abdul Aziz al-Omari, who arrived at the airport in Portland, Maine. Atta and Omari boarded a 6 a.m. flight from Portland to Boston's Logan International Airport. This story raises puzzling questions. Why was Atta in Portland the morning of the attacks? Atta was not only purportedly the ringleader of the hijackers, but also the one assigned to be the pilot for American 11 after it was taken over. If the commuter flight had been delayed for an hour, as my flight was yesterday, he would have been too late to make the connection to American 11, just as I missed my connection yesterday. Why would he have taken such a risk? Both the 9/11 Commission and the FBI admitted that they had no answer to this question. According to the official story, in any case, Atta was already in Boston on September 11th, but then took a rental car, a Nissan Altima, to South Portland, stayed overnight at the Comfort Inn, and then got to the jetport in time to catch the 6 a.m. flight to Boston. Although Atta caught the American 11 flight, his luggage did not make it. And after the attack on the North Tower, his luggage at the Boston airport was opened, which contained much evidence, including Atta's will, that seemed to prove that the attacks had been carried out by al-Qaeda, at least if one did not ask why Atta would have taken his will on a plane that he planned to crash into the World Trade Center. Stories in the mainstream press, including Newsweek and the San Francisco Chronicle, had reported that Mohammed Atta had engaged in behavior that undermined the portrayal of him as a devout Muslim, behavior such as gambling, drinking alcohol, and enjoying lap dances. These reports were even pointed out in a Wall Street Journal editorial entitled "Terrorist Stag Parties," which said several of the hijackers, including reputed ringleader Mohammed Atta, spent $200 to $300 each on lap dances in the Pink Pony Strip Club. Moreover, investigative reporter Daniel Hopsicker reported that while Atta was in Florida, he used cocaine and lived with a stripper. The 9/11 Commission report, however, does not mention any of these reports. It instead portrays Atta as not only religious, but even fanatically so. According to Professor Dietmar Makuli of Hamburg, who had been Atta's thesis supervisor in the 1990s, Atta's full name, like his father's, was Muhammad al-Amir Atta. And this young man was actually very religious. So much so that he prayed regularly, never touched alcohol, and would not even shake hands with a woman upon being introduced. Professor Macaulay said, "I would put my hand on the fire that this Muhammad al-Amir I know will never taste or touch alcohol." The Muhammad al-Amir Atta that the professor knew was also described by him as very small, being 1.62 meters in height, which means slightly under 5'4", whereas the American Atta has been described as 5'8" and even 5'10". The 9/11 Commission never raised the possibility that the alcohol-drinking, cocaine-taking, lap dancer-paying man going as Muhammad Atta was a different man than the devout Muslim student in Hamburg. With regard to the official account of the Twin Towers, the Commission ignored all of the problems, such as how fire could have caused steel-frame buildings to have collapsed, especially straight down, totally, and in virtual freefall, and also how ordinary building fires, even if ignited by jet fuel, could have caused steel to melt. But the most anomalous admission about the World Trade Center was the fact that the Commission did not even mention the fact that World Trade Center 7, which was not hit by a plane, also came down totally. Amazingly, Hamilton evidently did not even know that his report did not mention World Trade Center 7. This fact was revealed in an interview of Hamilton by Evan Solomon of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, which went like this. Solomon, why didn't the Commission deal with the collapse of Building 7, which some call the smoking gun? Hamilton, well, of course, we did deal with it. Then, after the conversation had shifted to other topics, Solomon brought it back to this, saying, I just want to clarify something that you said earlier. You said that the Commission report did mention the World Trade Center 7, Building 7 in it. It did mention it or it didn't? Hamilton, the Commission reviewed the question of the Building 7 collapse. I don't know specifically if it's in the report. I don't recall that it is, but it is, Solomon, I don't think it was in the report. Hamilton, okay, then I'll accept your word for it. The 9/11 Commission also omitted the fact that the Project for the New American Century, many members of which had become key members in the Bush administration, published a document in late 2000 saying that a new Pearl Harbor would aid PNAC's goal of obtaining funding for a rapid technological transformation of the U.S. military. The report, headed by Zelikow, who had written NSA 2002, providing justification for attacking Iraq, omitted the fact that some key members of the Bush administration, including Donald Rumsfeld and his deputy Paul Wolfowitz, had been agitating for a war with Iraq for many years. It also omitted the notes of Rumsfeld's conversations on 9/11 showing that he was determined to use the attacks as a pretext for a war with Iraq. The Commission endorsed the claim of Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, that he was in his office talking with a CIA briefer during the 9/11 attacks until the Pentagon was hit. But the Commission failed to point out the contradictory account of counterterrorism coordinator Richard Clark, who said that Rumsfeld was in the Pentagon's video conference center participating in Clark's video conference. In fact, this is one of the most amazing things. Clark's book came out while the 9/11 Commission hearings were going. It became a national bestseller. Clark's book is never mentioned in the 9/11 Commission report. The Commission also endorsed the claim of General Richard Myers, the acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that he was on Capitol Hill during the attacks that morning. but the Commission failed to point out that the contradictory account by counterterrorism coordinator Richard Clark, according to whom Myers was in the Pentagon participating in Clark's video conference. Rather dramatic contradictions. Conclusions. The points in the first part of this paper provide reasons to suspect the 9/11 Commission report to be untrustworthy. The points in the second part provide illustrations of the fact that this Zelikow report is indeed untrustworthy. Thank you very much.
Today I will discuss evidence related to the official investigations conducted by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, whose reports comprise the final official explanation for what happened at the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001. Before we get to the reports, however, let me mention that the first pertinent point to consider is the low probability that the only 3 instances of a skyscraper suffering global collapse due to fire occurred all on the same day in the same place. There have been many raging building fires, much worse than existed in any of the World Trade Center buildings, but no global collapse has ever resulted from those fires. The U.S. government has told us that it was the fire that destroyed all 3 buildings at the World Trade Center. We can see from these photos that the towers appeared to have exploded, starting at the top and then going all the way down. Also, high-velocity bursts of debris shot out from 10 to 30 floors below the collapsed front. At the top of each tower, the debris appeared to shoot upward and outward as much of the solid structure turned to dust. This is counterintuitive to the idea that the building was being crushed downward. Some large steel column assemblies were shot outward for hundreds of feet. Many of us have asked ourselves, is this what it looks like when a building is softened or weakened from fire? NIST made the point that in no instance did they report that steel in the World Trade Center towers melted due to the fires. The melting point of steel is about 1,500 degrees Celsius. Normal building fires and hydrocarbon fires generate temperatures much lower than that. NIST reported maximum upper layer air temperatures, that's air temperatures, of only about 1,000 degrees Celsius. In other words, diffuse hydrocarbon fires such as these cannot produce temperatures high enough to melt steel. Unfortunately, many prominent media and political figures have suggested that very thing and continue to do so. The fire resistance of tall buildings like those at the World Trade Center is ensured through testing of samples prior to construction. My former employer, Underwriters Laboratories, tested and certified the fireproofing used in the World Trade Center towers, as seen in this quote from the company that manufactured the fireproofing. UL tested the steel components used in the World Trade Center towers to meet the 1968 New York City Fire Code. That meant that the column assemblies had to withstand 3 hours of intense fire, and the floor assemblies had to withstand 2 hours of intense fire in a test furnace. And of course, the biggest problem with this is that one of the towers failed in 56 minutes. Here's the fellow that told me about this testing, Loring Knobloch, who was the CEO when I worked there. He later wrote to me and a few others saying, we tested the steel with all the required fireproofing on it, and it did beautifully. As we do not do follow-up service on this kind of product, we can give only an opinion on the test sample, which was indeed properly coded, and we tested the code requirements, and the steel clearly met those requirements and exceeded them. And as I said, UL later participated in the NIST World Trade Center investigation, which was a clear conflict of interest. A question NIST tried to answer was, how could the World Trade Center towers collapse in only 11 seconds and 9 seconds, speeds that approximate that of a ball dropped from a similar height in a vacuum? And we independent investigators agree that the buildings came down essentially in free fall, and this is
an important starting point. This violates two fundamental laws of physics, one being the law of conservation of momentum and another being the law of conservation of energy. The first law means that hundreds of thousands of tons of material in the cold lower section should have slowed the upper part of the building simply due to the mass of the lower section. The second law requires that deformation of the lower section would consume energy, slowing the fall even more. Another point of agreement among all parties is that the theory that was claimed to be the most probable root cause for many years, called the pancake theory, in which the floors pancake down upon each other, is no longer supported by NIST. It's really no longer supported by anyone. And since 2004, when my former company did test models of the floor assemblies, the pancake theory has no longer been viable. The NIST World Trade Center report is over 10,000 pages. It was originally published only for the towers in 2005, and like previous reports on the subject, it was focused only on the fire-induced collapse hypothesis. NIST made no real effort to examine the explosive demolition hypothesis. NIST's stated goals were to explain why and how World Trade Center buildings 1 and 2 collapsed after the initial impact of the aircraft, and why and how World Trade Center Building 7 collapsed. The scientific tests that NIST performed to reach its conclusions included tests to determine gas temperatures, tests to determine steel temperatures, tests to determine the possibility of floor failure, tests to determine the possibility of fireproofing loss. Unfortunately for NIST, none of the tests it performed supported its conclusions, as we will see. NIST therefore based its entire explanation on computer models. A summary of what NIST found was as follows. The aircraft severed columns, loads were redistributed, fireproofing was widely dislodged, high temperatures weakened columns and floors, floors began to sag, sagging floors pulled exterior columns inward, causing them to buckle. Instability spread around the entire building, and then they simply said global collapse ensued. We'll examine each of these steps. The first step in this sequence was that columns were severed. Again, it's agreed that the core columns were massive and over-designed, and the perimeter columns were made of super strong steel. But NIST now admits that 14 to 15% of the columns were severed in the World Trade Center towers. This is compared to original design claims published in the Engineering News Record when the buildings were first announced. They said that one could cut away all the first-story columns on one side of the building and part way from the corners of the perpendicular sides, and the building could still withstand design live loads and a 100-mile-per-hour wind from any direction. What that means, in essence, is that the towers could lose 25% of their columns, and they'd only lost 14 to 15%. The second step in this sequence was that the gravitational load was redistributed among the remaining columns. NIST said that loads on some columns were decreased, and on other columns they were increased up to 25%. Again, original design claims said that live loads on these perimeter columns can be increased more than 2,000% before failure occurs. The third very critical step in this sequence was that fireproofing was, quote, widely dislodged. NIST said the towers would not have collapsed under the combined effects of aircraft impact and the subsequent multi-floor fires if the insulation had not been widely dislodged or had been only minimally dislodged by airliner impact. As said before, the steel structure was covered with a spray-applied fireproofing material. There were requirements for the fireproofing to have a certain bond strength, and those requirements were met. In the center and right photo below, you can see how the fireproofing was applied to the columns and underneath the floor assemblies. The test that NIST performed to establish the critical fireproofing loss involved a total of 15 rounds from a shotgun at steel plates and bars. Here you can see photos from the NIST report of the results of these tests. But NIST did not explain how a Boeing 757 airliner could be converted into many thousands of shotgun blasts, which would need to be pointed in all directions to shear off the fireproofing. A real serious problem with this is NIST provided to us the energy requirements, and too much energy is required for this. Previous calculations by engineers at MIT had shown that all the kinetic energy available from the aircraft impact was consumed in breaking the columns, crushing the floors, destroying the aircraft. And NIST had tests that showed that 1 megajoule was required for every square meter of surface to shear off the fireproofing via this shotgun blast effect. That's more than 6,000 square meters of column, floor deck, and floor joist surface, according to the NIST report. That would be several times more than the entire kinetic energy available from the aircraft impact. The plane hit the building, fires rose up. NIST says the fires died down. Explosions do that, they consume the oxygen. And then over time, the fires rose up again and began migrating around the core of the building. It took a whole hour for that to happen, leaving 45 minutes of fire time at the south wall. Now, NIST claimed that the south wall then bowed inward from the fires there, but we might ask why the east and west walls, which had seen as much fire time, why they didn't show any bowing. My former company, UL, participated in the NIST investigation by conducting tests on models of World Trade Center floor assemblies to examine the floor response to fire. The result was that only very slight sagging occurred in the tests and no collapse. After 45 minutes, in a high-temperature furnace, all 4 test models sagged only about 3 inches in the middle, and the major joist parts did not sag at all. NIST's computer model turned this into 42 inches of sagging, with the joist bending down severely. Here's a photo of one of those floor assemblies after the standard method ASTM E119 was performed. During this test, it was held in a furnace at a temperature over 1,000 degrees Celsius for a period of 2 hours. You can see the slight effect. The midsections of the assembly sagged a few inches, but the frame was not damaged and the floor held its load without failure. The weight loaded was twice as great as what was known to have existed in the World Trade Center. These experiments were performed on 4 separate floor models, all of which had less fireproofing than was known to have existed in the World Trade Center on September 11th. If the sagging had been severe, as in the computer model, what would have to happen to make the sagging floors create these dramatic pull-in forces, as NIST requires? Sagging floors, for one thing, do not weigh any more than unsagged floors. But to defeat the original design claims, over 30 columns would have to be pulled in, and the floors were known to form this intense staggered grid with the columns, the way it was constructed. And the force required to pull a perimeter column inward within that grid and overcome that was far greater than what a sagging floor assembly could provide. Even within NIST computer models, the sagging and pulling effects that NIST explanation depends on were not seen. Not even for the most severe cases examined. Here are several quotes from the NIST report that make that fact clear. Sagging of floors in such a wide range over fire floors was not predicted by full floor model analysis. Locations and magnitudes of pull-in forces were not accurately simulated. Pull-in forces were applied in some locations where the full floor analyses did not predict the development of such behavior. NIST was simply not able to demonstrate this critical pull-in effect. Physical tests were not done, although that would have been decisive. The computer models did not indicate these forces either. And as a result, NIST made some fraudulent changes to the scenario. All the fireproofing was stripped off a large section of the computer-modeled building, and exaggerated temperatures were applied for twice as long as NIST had said occurred in the failure zones. That is, they applied exaggerated temperatures for 90 minutes instead of 45 minutes. But even then, the pull-in forces were not created in the computer. So NIST did something completely paradoxical. It disconnected the floors before applying an imaginary pull-in force. This is the opposite of science. This is not anywhere near science. No physical test done. The computer models do not give them the answer they want, so they do something completely fraudulent, which is exactly what they did. The final step of NIST sequence for the towers was that instability caused by the perimeter columns pulling inward spread around the entire perimeter of the building. This would be necessary to explain the perfectly uniform fall. Again, no tests of any kind were performed to confirm this instability spread. And for several reasons, it does not appear to be realistic. The buildings fell at near free fall acceleration, so the instability would have to fit within that time frame. If we give it only half a second of the time, then this instability spread is moving at nearly twice the speed of sound. That's not realistic. It's not shown in the photos. So finally, for the towers, the NIST report is false because NIST did not explain why and how the buildings collapsed, and the investigation was deceptive and unscientific. NIST reported findings that were in direct contradiction to the physical testing performed. This is what I was fired from my job for stating. NIST omitted or distorted many important facts. Now I would like to examine the NIST report for World Trade Center Building 7, the third building that collapsed on 9/11. This building was 47 stories tall, was not hit by a plane, and yet at 5:20 in the afternoon on 9/11 it fell vertically and symmetrically in 6.5 seconds. After 7 years of waiting, NIST finally put out its official report on Building 7 in 2008. No one could have predicted the sequence of events that NIST says led to this building falling. It says that normal office fires caused fully fireproof steel beams to fail in one area of the building, and that's what led to this entire structure falling as it did into a neat rubble pile. If we were to accept this NIST World Trade Center Building 7 report, we would have to conclude that no tall buildings are safe from the possibility of total unexpected collapse due to office fires. The low probability hypothesis that FEMA described was that diesel fuel fires, driven by diesel fuel tanks located within the building, created intense fires that caused the collapse. And for years, NIST promoted that diesel fuel fires hypothesis as well, but NIST abandoned that hypothesis in its final report. NIST said diesel fuel fires did not play a role in the collapse of Building 7. NIST also suggested for years that the damage caused by falling debris from the North Tower was a root cause of the collapse of Building 7. Ultimately, NIST gave up on that hypothesis as well, saying other than initiating the fires in Building 7, the damage from the debris from North Tower 1 had little effect on initiating the collapse of Building 7. And contrary to some media reports, the building design was not an issue either. One serious problem was the destruction of evidence. The U.S. House Committee on Science reported that in the month that lapsed between the terrorist attacks and the deployment of the FEMA team, a significant amount of the steel debris was removed from the rubble pile, cut into smaller sections, and either melted at the recycling plant or shipped out of the U.S. Some of the critical pieces of steel were gone before the first FEMA team member ever reached the site. This is in violation to our national standard in the United States, at least, for fire investigations, which says that it is essential to prevent the destruction or removal of evidence. Another serious problem is that NIST was stumped for years. Now, they told us in 2006 that their lead investigator, Shyam Sunder, told New York Magazine that he didn't know. He's had trouble getting a handle on Building 7. There's a problem here because the new Building 7, which is taller, built in the same site, was completed in 2006. You would think they would want to know what happened to the first one. And 2 years later, they said they did know. They said it's no longer a mystery. The same man, Shyam Sunder, the lead investigator, it's all about science, and the obvious stares you in the face. So we'll take a look at NIST's final theory now and discover for ourselves whether or not it's obvious. But we should remember that it's entirely computer-based. NIST did no physical testing at all to support its Building 7 report. Here are the basics of the NIST explanation for what happened to Building 7. The fact is they're saying that fire-induced thermal expansion of the floor system surrounding column 79 led to the collapse of floor 13, which triggered a cascade of floor failures. In this case, the floor beams on the east side of the building expanded enough so that they pushed a girder spanning between two columns, and this caused the girder to walk off its seat. You'll see more in detail. But basically this, here in the lower left, you see a diagram of a beam from the NIST report pushing a girder off its seat. That caused the whole building essentially to collapse. An important point here, when we're talking about floors and the beams below them, is something called shear studs. The NIST interim report from 2004 said that most of the beams and the girders were made composite, or one piece, the floor and the beam, one piece with these studs. In a deceptive turnabout, in their final report, they said that no shear studs were installed on any of the girders. Unfortunately for NIST, it's not just its own 2004 interim report that contradicted this vital aspect of the final theory. The presence of shear studs on all the girders was also described by John Salvarinis, the project manager for Building 7, from the company that supplied the steel components. This diagram from an academic paper that Salvarinis wrote in 1986 showed that there were 30 shear studs on that critical girder. And for the question about where column 79 is, it's right here. NIST claims that thermal expansion caused the breakage of over 100 bolts, high-strength bolts. The mechanism that NIST claims caused all this damage is called differential thermal expansion. This is when the expansion of the beam below is much greater than the expansion of the concrete's floor slab above it when they're both heated in a fire. Thermal expansion is not a new phenomenon, as NIST suggests, but has been a consideration throughout the history of structural design. You can see that point made here by two building professionals from Australia who wrote a response to NIST on its Building 7 report. These building professionals reported that they had actually done physical tests to see what thermal expansion would do to floor assemblies. These were just the kinds of tests that NIST should have done. Structural engineer Ron Brookman, a colleague of mine, made a FOIA request to NIST in 2009 asking for the calculations and analysis behind the claim of girder walk-off failures. NIST responded that the release of that information might jeopardize public safety. Because thermal expansion is a function of temperature, we need to know what temperature NIST says the beams reach so that we can estimate how much they expanded. This was a tricky question for NIST because at temperatures as high as 600 degrees Celsius, the steel will lose some strength and stiffness and therefore not be able to extend into the girder. At the same time, if the temperature is not high enough, there wouldn't be enough expansion of the beams. What NIST settled on was just in the area of the northeast corner of floor 12, the beam temperatures reached 400 degrees Celsius. On the lower part of this slide, you can see an example of just how tenuous NIST computer models were with respect to reality. NIST computer models had all the steel heating to extreme temperatures and all the bolts and other connections breaking within a matter of about 2 seconds. This is an example of how NIST computer modeling was not realistic. Once the temperature distribution for its theory was settled, NIST found a way to suggest that the differential thermal expansion could be possible, at least in the computer. They simply didn't heat the floor slab above. And this is what most scientists might call fraud. If you don't heat the floor slab, of course the beam's going to extend in differential expansion. Another thing NIST said was that there were 7-hour fires in Building 7, which gave the impression that the fires were very long and very hot. But early photographs did not show fires on floors 11 through 13, where NIST says the first failures occurred, until after 2 p.m. and the building fell less than 3.5 hours later. So there could not have been 7-hour fires in those areas. Underwriters Laboratories provided the fire resistance information for Building 7 as well. There were requirements for fire resistance of the columns and floor steel in Building 7, just as there is for any skyscraper. The requirements were that these steel components had to withstand 2 to 3 hours of intense fire in standard tests. Another problem that NIST did not explain is that the fires on floor 12 were completely burned out at least 30 minutes before the building fell, and it's well known that steel cools quickly after a source of heat is removed. At approximately 4 o'clock, NIST computer simulation shows raging fires across the north side windows of floor 12. The photo from the same time shows no fires in that area at all. There are significant problems with NIST's description of the collapse dynamics as well. One problem is that the computer model output does not match what we see in videos. As you can see here, NIST computer model suggests the building crumpled from the sides before falling. Another problem is that NIST has admitted that Building 7 fell at free fall acceleration for a period of time, and that simply cannot occur without the structure below being removed by some unexplained forces. So finally, I would just say again that NIST produced World Trade Center reports that are false. They did not explain why and how the buildings collapsed, and the investigations were deceptive and unscientific. NIST reported findings that were in direct contradiction to the physical testing performed. NIST omitted or distorted many important facts. They will not share the results with the public, and therefore, an important point here, these results cannot be independently verified as required in science. And NIST's explanations have not been taken seriously by the building construction community. So thank you.
The 9/11 Commission report did deal briefly with the issue of insider trading, so they have an answer to the allegations made that there was substantial insider trading before 9/11. Insider trading is taking advantage of knowledge that you have privately. It's not public information. It's private information that you have about a forthcoming event, and you engage in some kind of financial transaction which will enable you to profit from that forthcoming event that other people don't know about. Sometimes insider trading is called informed trading. It's you see it both ways. For about 1 month after 9/11, 2001, there was reports in mainstream financial press of huge profits being made on the 9/11 event by foreknowledge of the events. Okay, one of the key statements being made referred to using put options. A put option is in the so-called option markets. Okay, you don't actually purchase a stock, you don't sell a stock or anything like that. You purchase an option to do something with a stock. You purchase the option for a specific period of time to be able to, in the case of a put option, to be able to put the stock for sale at a specified price in the, let's say, the next 6 weeks. The option of selling these stocks, let's say, by any time before October 20th at the designated put price. For example, and again, I'm putting this on a screen on the right-hand side. It so happens that American stock and United stock had almost the same price, just by accident, before 9/11, namely around $30. If you knew that 9/11 was going to happen on September 3rd, 4th, or whatever, you could go to a financial firm and buy a option to sell United or American stock let's say $30 anytime until October 20th. And you know, or you think you know, that the stock is going to go down. When it comes to, let's say, September 16th or 18th or whatever, okay, you can decide to buy the stock, if you don't already have it. You buy American Airlines, and the same day, same hour, same second, you sell it. You're buying it, if you're looking at the screen now, you're buying it at under $20, and you had that option to sell it at $30. You made $10. Buying put options cost you money itself, of course, right? I mean, it's not free. It might cost you $1. It might cost you $2. Open interest tells you at the end of a day or in the middle of the day or whatever of how many contracts there are out there for a specific strike price for a specific expiration day. The level of open interest changes from three factors. First of all, people buying put options. That's obvious. That's what I've already described. You buy a put option. But you can also sell a put option. I could buy a put option. You could say, I want it. You could pay me a price and I'll sell it to you. That's a sale of a put option. Okay? Unfortunately, the data, most of us, that's publicly available, doesn't tell you the difference between my buying a put option and you're selling the put option. You can also exercise the put option. In other words, if I bought a put option on American Airlines on September 4th, I can decide, oh, I made a mistake. I mean, it's going to go the wrong way or whatever. And I can decide on September 7th to exercise the option. That means that open interest now will decline at the end of the day. A quintil will tell you how much of whatever variable you are investigating has occurred up to a certain point. A quintil of 99 tells you that 99 out of 100 cases have already occurred and the one is yet to come. We have 3 econometric studies, one of which was published 5 years ago, the second of which was published just a few months ago, and the third of which is not even submitted for publication, but will be submitted very shortly. These are done by econometricians addressing the issue about whether there could be insider trading or informed trading before 9/11. First of all, he looks at the change in the open interest, and I'm going to focus on American and United stocks. He looks at the change in open interest on American and United stocks for a very short period, September 5th to December 10th. And he looks at the change in open interest, which I've told you about, for those 4 trading days, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 10th. He's looking at 4 trading days, looking at the change in open interest for those days. He compares that with a benchmark period of 126 trading days before that to see whether they are unusual. For that stock, he compares it to 1,000 pieces of data on the 1,000 largest corporations between January 2nd, 1990 to September 4th, 2001 to get this frequency distribution I was referring to, and therefore to be able to get this idea of where the quintils are for the transactions that are occurring in put options for American and United Airlines. That result would only have occurred on September 10th for American Airlines 1% of the time. There was 99 out of 100 cases. You would not have seen on September 10th what you actually did observe on September 10th. He inferred from that was evidence of informed or insider trading on American Airlines on September 10th. He looks at spikes in put option trading on 14 companies over a 10-year period And after all the statistical stuff that's summarized here, they find that there are only 37 in all of that 10-year period for 14 stocks. There's only 37 events to be identified as possibly informed or insider trading, whatever word you prefer to use. Only 37. They're not focusing on 9/11, but it's in the period of 9/11. The frequency that such a value occurred based upon, and then they look at the 2-period prior history of that day. They look back 2 years for that stock option over 2 years and see, well, was that particularly unusual or not? For example, American, and they cite American on September 10th had occurred at that level or more only 5 prior times in prior 2 years. They find out that out of the 37 cases that they are able to identify, 33 out of the 37 actually occurred before a real event, which was realize you're dealing with something prior to an event. So how would you know, unless you have inside information, that event is going to happen? Okay? 33 out of 37 cases have to do with a subsequent event. Only 4 does not have to do with it, that they can identify it as doing with a subsequent event. 13 of the 33 center around 9/11. The 9/11 Commission report says it did a careful investigation of what I've just been talking about, namely insider trading in put options on American Airlines and on United Airlines. Okay? And it says for these 2 stocks before 9/11, we found no evidence of insider trading, in spite of the fact that it seems to be suspicious. These papers are not contested, to the best of my knowledge. Therefore, I accept this econometric research as meritorious, and that's what I'm recommending to the panel. You accept these econometric studies as meritorious. I'm standing here before you as an econometrician, as a scientist, okay, and I'm making a statement about the government failing to follow scientific evidence. But it's not like physical evidence about the World Trade Centers. It's a different kind of evidence. It's evidence about put option trading and that kind of this is evidence, and I'm not speculating on something here. I'm only talking about evidence.
The title of my presentation today is Eyewitnesses and Evidence of Explosives at the Pentagon. The official story, as represented in the 9/11 Commission report, is that it was a surprise Pearl Harbor-like attack, which was claimed to be a kamikaze plane attack, on the west outer wall of the Pentagon by Arab Muslim terrorists who, it is alleged, were in control of Flight 77, a large commercial 757 airliner, and the claim is at exactly 9:37 and 46 seconds, it diagonally penetrated through 3 of 5 rings to the inside of the middle ring only, causing a single exit hole on the inside of the middle C ring. The west side of the Pentagon, the official story claims that Flight 77 came in at an oblique angle and did not hit the building straight on, but came in at an oblique angle. And parts of the plane, at least, it is claimed, went all the way through 310 feet. And according to Donald Rumsfeld, he made the claim that the nose of the plane poked itself out of the inside of the middle or C ring. The first claim is that it was a surprise Pearl Harbor-like attack. But the Pentagon, I now know from interviewing eyewitnesses, expected a terrorist attack on the building that morning, but with explosives of some kind. Bomb-sniffing dog teams were at the Pentagon Metro stop at least as early as 7:30 a.m. I've personally interviewed a Fort Monmouth TDY auditor named Michael Nielsen, as well as the very famous Army area survivor April Gallup, for 2 hours with under oath testimony on videotape. And they both stated that there were bomb-sniffing dog teams in the Metro stop at approximately 7:30 that morning, and then if they left the Metro stop and presumably they were still there. So the Pentagon expected some kind of an attack apparently with explosives that the dog teams were sniffing for that moment. We have pretty good idea from one of the 9/11 Commission staff reports, the Team 8 report, which was the one that investigated the response, or I would say non-response, of NORAD on the morning of 9/11 and anything connected with the Pentagon. And they did an interview, many interviews, but one of them, and it's now released, you can see this entire report on the web from the National Archives release, that Captain Leidig, who on the morning of 9/11 was the acting head of the Military Command Center, quote, had no awareness of American Airlines 77 coming back to Washington, D.C. His first awareness of any problem was a call from Rumsfeld's own 3-star aide, that's a very high-level officer, who asked Leidig if he, Leidig, felt the explosion in the building, and asked Leidig to investigate it. Now here's another big hint. The FBI's official 9/11 investigation code name is Pent Bomb. Interestingly, the Pent Bomb code name and the translation of the BOM in the code name for the word bombing was just the other day confirmed again by still FBI Director Robert Mueller in Time magazine just this May 9th. The FBI's SIOC Strategic Operations Center filled to capacity on 9/11 and remained that way through Pent Bomb, the FBI's cryptonym for Pentagon, Twin Towers, and bombing. Now that's very fascinating because the official story, of course, in the 9/11 Commission report and all the media that follows their lead is that bombs really weren't involved at the World Trade Centers or the Pentagon. There is, in fact, major damage and deaths in the innermost A and B rings of the Pentagon in the West section. For instance, in the A ring, I did, again, going back to the interview I did with Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations on 9/11, former top Army Green Beret officer Robert Andrews. He told me, quote, my aide and I had to walk over dead bodies on the inside of the A ring. And then we have Lisa Burgess, just one other example, Stars and Stripes reporter. She said, I was walking on the Pentagon's innermost corridor across the courtyard when the incident happened. I heard 2 loud booms, one large, one smaller, and the shockwave threw me against the wall. A Marine major to the Washington Post, that Post article shortly after 9/11, the B ring between the 4th and 5th quarters was decimated. Now the B ring is just second in from the inner courtyard. It's a whole ring in from the C ring. And we've already seen there were dead bodies and damage in the A ring as well, just inside the courtyard. The B ring between 4th and 5th quarters was decimated. The heat was so intense you couldn't go in. Marine major to the Washington Post. The Pentagon Rescue Team testimony on 9/11. Quote, when we got into the building, we started to feel the heat right away, and as we walked deeper down the hallways, deeper means, and I've confirmed this with many people who work in the Pentagon, deeper means deeper towards the center, towards the courtyard, away from the alleged impact point. Further towards the center, it was just fire everywhere. Not so much smoke there, but fire all around us. You couldn't see the plane, just debris wherever you looked. Now the C ring is where the official story says the nose or some heavy part of the plane just barely popped through the inside of the middle or C ring. But there is good evidence that that inner C ring famous exit hole was also made by some kind of explosives, probably shaped charge explosives that were put on the wall. This is one of many photographs that were originally from the Department of Defense that are available on the web. Mechanical engineer Michael Meyer has stated categorically, I'll give you his exact quote in a minute, that a round, clean, so-called, in quotes, exit hole is like the one seen here at the inside of the C-ring, is the signature of a shaped charge explosive and definitely cannot be, he said it was impossible, from an impact from any kind of plane debris, nose, heavy piece, otherwise. Meyer spent years in aerospace, structural design, and the design and use of shaped charge explosives. He, quote, it is physically impossible for the C-ring wall, the so-called exit hole, to have failed due to the impact of plane debris of any kind in a clean, neat circle like that. There was an oblique or diagonal impact on the outside of the outer wall of the west side, and that diagonally impacting plane and or parts of it after the first part of the penetration, this is the official story, penetrated through only 3 of the 5 rings. If a plane or any object, any impactor, would come in at an oblique angle, which the official story says, and goes diagonally through 3 rings, that you're not going to have a perfectly round exit hole. If it's the front of a fuselage or even a round engine, it would have to impact coming perpendicular to the wall. The official story, of course, says that there is a single exit hole on the inside of the C ring, caused by whatever. Well, in fact, this is a graphic taken from the Washington Post immediately after 9/11 from Pentagon sources, DoD sources itself. And when you come up afterwards, you can see the key, if you can't see it there. But there are 3 exit holes listed from the Pentagon's own immediate sources to the Washington Post after 9/11, not just one. This is an aerial photograph that the Pentagon provided to all the media right after 9/11. You can see it on the web. This is the so-called official exit hole right here. But there are 2 others that in turn perfectly match these 3 so-called exit holes from the Pentagon's own release data, and here it says exit holes, plural. April Gallup, a very famous witness. I have done a 2-hour under oath videotaped interview of April Gallup. In that under oath 2-hour sworn statement to me, she states, and I'm summarizing, of course, there were huge explosions the second that she, April Gallup, hit the on button on her computer in the E-ring. She said, I thought it was a bomb. There were 2 explosions. She walked out of the alleged entrance hole, according to the official story, and yet saw no plane parts, no seats, no passenger, no luggage, no smell of jet fuel, no jet fuel fire, no burns on her body. The only fires she saw were seen coming out of the computers in a large ring around her large Army work area. April Gallup walked out of the alleged entrance hole, according to the official story, with only 1 shoe, 1 bare foot, and the floors were not hot, she said, and her soles, as you will see now, are completely unburned. April Gallup resting on the Pentagon lawn after walking out of the alleged impact hole with 1 bare foot and her soles completely unburned. Lieutenant Kevin Schaefer, the entire command center, he's referring to the Naval Command Center. The entire Naval Command Center, which was in the West Wedge first floor, exploded in a gigantic orange fireball. I felt myself being slammed to the deck by a massive and thunderous shock wave. Additional witnesses and evidence to inside explosives. Army Fort Monmouth Auditor Michael Nielsen, I've mentioned him before. Hundreds raced down the hall past me and out the south side exit shouting, it's a bomb, bomb, it's a bomb. And multiple witnesses smelled cordite, which is definitely not jet fuel, doesn't smell anything like it. Inside explosives would explain why there was no advance siren or evacuation, which was one of the complaints in April Gallup's lawsuit against Rumsfeld, Cheney, and Myers. The Naval Command Center was almost certainly targeted. The Washington Post said so immediately after 9/11. We know the part that was targeted. It was the intelligence center in this upper corner, this is taken from here. That's that corner right there, and that's that corner, the intelligence cell. Outside terrorists would have targeted the Pentagon roof, obviously, and easier to hit command areas, for instance, where Rumsfeld and Myers worked. Not the National Command Center, or the Naval Command Center, not the CNO Intel plot, which is another apparently targeted offices, or even the sparsely populated entire West Wedge, where the official story says that a plane impacted at almost ground level, because that's precisely the one side of the 5 sides of the building, the approaches to the building, that had the most physical obstacles in the way. A hill, an antenna, light poles, cyclone fence, and large cable spools that are in advance. The government lied about inside explosions. Do you think it's telling the truth about the one and most famous outside explosion in the 5 famous frames from the 2 videotapes of the security cameras in the parking lot of the Pentagon that the videotapes were released in the Moussaoui trial in August of 2006? Probably not, and in fact, we know not. And how do we know not? It's the wrong date. Has anyone ever noticed that security camera video says September 12th, and it's also the wrong time? Now, it is important to know that is one of the 5 famous leaked frames. Those were leaked in early 2002, and the Moussaoui trial didn't release the videos of which these 5 famous frames were taken in one of the two videos that were close to each other in the parking lot until the Moussaoui trial in 2006. Okay, so what we do know is that the wrong date is on the leaked slides, which we do know that these 5 slides or these 5 frames came from one of those 2 security camera videotapes in the parking lot that were released 4 years later in the Moussaoui trial. But when they were released in the Moussaoui trial, there is no date. The 85 videos that were confiscated by the FBI, there was an FOIA request. The FBI FOIA officer was honest and did an analysis of those 85 videotapes and came back to the person who requested it, just a common, regular citizen like you and me, who we can all put in FOIA requests. And the analysis came back from the FBI itself that there were only 2 of the 85 that in any way could be interpreted as showing an impact on the building, and those are the 2. And we know that they do not prove anything. They have the wrong timestamp, the wrong date stamp, and they do not show a plane.
The U.S. government's story, upon close examination of the evidence, of which I'm only going to be able to present a small segment today, reveals an accumulation of flaws. We begin with the FBI's initial list of hijackers, which should have been released concurrently with a flight manifest that were never released after the FBI had quickly confiscated them. The FBI said it had located its suspects from those manifests, not to be mistaken for the passenger lists made available by the airlines, which contained none of the 19 names. But within 24 hours, CNN had acquired this first FBI list from U.S. Customs, and one of the relevant customs officials is Robert Bonner. But it contained 5 names: a Moziar Khanid on Flight 77, and 4 others: Adnan Bukhari, Amir Bukhari, Amir Kamfar, and Abdul Rahman Al-Amari. From the Flight 11 manifest, names that the FBI dropped and replaced with Walid Anwa'il al-Shari, Satam el-Sukami, and Abdul Aziz al-Amari. Logically, that would mean that there should have been, including the name of Mohammed Atta on that first Flight 11, who had not been replaced by a substitute, at least 9 Arab names from which to choose. But there weren't. Since none of the airline lists, which only contain passengers minus hijacker names, contain any of those Arab names, which were changed by the FBI, were changes the FBI had implemented, therefore tampering with crime scene evidence. It is important to note that reputable documented sources verified that at least 9 of the FBI's second and final list of 19 were still alive after 9/11. The U.S. government's best evidence, which you will see is actually the worst evidence of hijackers, the Dulles Airport video. Compare that, the Dulles video still to a Portland Jetport video still on the left. The only other video we have of the alleged boarding planes on 9/11 was the one from the Portland Jetport, where in the frame on the left, Atta and Aziz al-Amari proceeded to board a connecting flight, not the Flight 11 that crashed. While this disqualifies it as evidence of a flight that crashed, it does show the verifiable airport security data, which continues throughout the video's duration: the date, digital ongoing time of day, and the closed-circuit TV identification number, which reveals the camera's location. Such data on the still from the Dulles Airport video, on the other hand, which is on the right, is the first of 6 major problems we have with it. Unlike the Portland video, and unlike every other airport surveillance video we've seen, it lacks verifiable authenticity, which can only come from imprinted security data: the date, the digital ongoing clock, and camera number. Thus, lacking imprinted security data on the entire tape, standard for all airport videos, and without evidence to indicate erasure, there is no possibility that the Dulles video is authentic. Hence the probability that is a forgery. Devoid of such security data, both as a security video and as evidence of an event to be used in a court of law, what possible use could this video have? Located at an airport security checkpoint, a security camera that records without imprinting security data is completely suspect. The presence of Salam al-Hazmi And Khalid al-Midhar, allegedly preparing to board Flight 77, introduces the second problem. Both he and al-Midhar turned up still alive after 9/11. In al-Midhar's case, one report comes from the FBI itself, which warned all banks to watch for him after 9/11. It took 3 years for the original release of the Dulles Airport video in 2004. In a heavily edited, and they only showed heavily edited versions of between 57 seconds and 150, well, 2.5 minutes in duration, out of a possible 22 minutes from first to last alleged hijacker. The overall difficulty in viewing these versions made available to the public is that they contain only a mere fraction of the approximately 22 minutes of this Dulles footage that's going by the commission's noting that the time of arrival of the first alleged hijackers, the pair, and the arrival of the last pair. The Bin Laden confession video forgery, I'm just going to mention this briefly. It's everybody who's seen it can see that the guy in it wasn't him. The major proof the Bush administration touted to incriminate Bin Laden, hijackers, and Al-Qaeda. This Bin Laden that appeared in the so-called Bin Laden confession video was a rotund, jolly Bin Laden imposter who praised the 5 great martyrs who turned up alive after 9/11. However, inaccuracies and distortions of White House and Pentagon translations from the Arabic went unreported in American press. Saudi experts and German investigators alike have found these translations manipulative in misleading American people. Correctly translated, the Bin Laden video, far from providing proof to support the official story, actually discredits itself and the official story. Of the JR photographs released through the media, the 1999 Lebanese passport with a circular ink stamp, these are the real Ziad Jarrah. His 1999 Lebanese passport on the left, especially clear photo representative of all but one other photograph, which is the US visa photograph, 1/3 burnt away, that was recovered from the wreckage. That passport photo shows marked differences from the rest. The nose and cheeks are full with higher, well-defined cheekbones, and the hair is wavy. Another factor which calls the authenticity of the paper passport photo of Jarrah into question is its miraculous survival after the black box was never found, and most of United Airlines' 93 flight wreckage was either reduced to ashes or blown to bits or ground to a pulp. He was born Sunni, but educated in Christian schools. He grew up in a well-to-do secular environment. He had dozens of friends, classmates, instructors, family, and landlords. They were all interviewed, and they all testified he was apolitical, non-religious, more a jet setter than a jet pilot. Well-liked, outgoing, friendly, and loved to party. A friend who once led him to mosque, Abdul Rahman al-Makadi, called Jarrah a, quote, weak Muslim, unquote. Finally, all his Florida flight school classmates avoided flying with Jarrah when the word got out that he was a lousy pilot, student pilot. The US government has never provided a flight manifest or any other evidence to show Jarrah ever boarded. Replete with innuendo, hearsay, forged documents, and fabrications, the official legend of Jarrah's US stay deviates significantly from the facts and eyewitness accounts and uses media complicity to distort his character.
I represent 1,550 architects and engineers now, calling for a new investigation of the destruction of these towers. Why? Because the evidence shows, and as I believe you'll see today, that all 3 skyscrapers were destroyed by explosive controlled demolition. How do we know that? Because we are using the scientific method to figure out what happened that day. So we're going to apply the scientific method. We formulate a question. How did the towers come down? We do some background research. This gives us a means of developing a hypothesis, our best guess as to what happened. Based on that research and those observations, we take our best guess. I think fire or jet plane impacts brought the towers down. Maybe controlled demolition brought them down. We don't rule out anything until the evidence itself rules it out. We test that hypothesis with experiments, and we analyze the results and draw conclusions. Now, if the hypothesis is corroborated, we report the results in an open, transparent manner. And this is one of the chief failings of the National Institute for Standards and Technology. Now, if the hypothesis is not corroborated, what do? We go back, we find a hypothesis that does stand a better chance of being supported by the evidence. This has been around for about 100 years or more, the scientific method. It works pretty well when it's used. So let's apply it. Let's start with some background research. What are the forces that destroy buildings? This is real basic. You can do this in the 7th grade. Fire destroys buildings, certainly. Okay? And we have earthquakes, natural forces, which cause organic asymmetrical collapses, as you'll see. Explosions certainly destroy buildings. And of course, explosions can be harnessed in controlled demolitions to destroy buildings quite efficiently. Now, the really neat thing about these forces is that they're very different from each other. They're easily distinguishable. And so this job actually gets pretty easy. Let's start with fires. Fire is an organic process. It moves through a building every 20 minutes or so. Burns out one area, looking for fresh new fuel sources. So when a building falls due to fire, and by the way, you'll note that never before in the history of skyscrapers have we lost one due to fire. But say in a wood frame building, the building will begin to fall over asymmetrically, not straight down through the path of what was the greatest resistance, but it's an organic process. It's chaotic. There'll be large deformations and so forth. So we know, we see how buildings fall due to fires. How would a building react that is steel framed, though, to a fire? We have over 100 examples of very hot, large, and long-lasting fires in steel frame skyscrapers. Not one of them has ever collapsed. For instance, the 6-hour fire over 5 floors in New York. In LA, 3.5 hours over 5 floors. In Philadelphia, 18 hours over 8 floors. And in Caracas, Venezuela, 17 hours over 26 floors. Not one of these has ever collapsed. Now, here is some mid-rise buildings that have collapsed due to earthquakes in this case. We have the building falling over to the path of least resistance. It's a chaotic process. Note that you can see at the bottom on the ground what was a building. It's recognizable as a building. The structural steel components have not dismembered from each other. The concrete is not pulverized to powder. This is really important because when we look at the 3 high-rises on 9/11, we see something quite different. Prepare yourself. These buildings were blown up with explosions. There's thick, billowing, enormous clouds of pyroclastic-like smoke with suspended solids from the pulverized building materials and concrete. The word pyroclastic comes from volcanoes, which has that characteristic, which tremendous amounts of solids are suspended in the air with a very thick edge outline, distinguishable from this solid-like mass that has a cauliflower-like shape that is expanding due to the incredibly hot gases, much hotter than office fires, for instance, can produce. We have witnesses that hear sounds of explosions. They see flashes of light. Let's take a look at controlled demolitions where explosions can be harnessed quite efficiently. We have hundreds of examples from all across the country from which to make our comparison because this is how we use explosives to demolish high-rises. So this is what a high-rise looks like while it's being demolished with explosives. Controlled demolitions can be engineered in many different ways. Normally, the purpose is to bring a structure down while avoiding damage to adjacent structures and to do so quite efficiently, economically too. Typically, a tall building like these are demolished by placing thousands of cutter charges throughout the columns and beams in the building and then detonating them in a very precise order, progressing outward and upward, synchronistically timed floor by floor. Destroying the inner columns allows the weight of the building to pull the exterior inward. and destroyed the building from the bottom up allows the weight of the building to be harnessed to do some of the destruction. So the result is an implosion like you see here, producing a vertical, symmetrical collapse at nearly freefall acceleration into a consolidated rubble pile that's broken up and ready for loading and shipment. Now, this is a feat that only a handful of companies in the United States can accomplish. And fire, by the way, never has. So what are the typical features? We have a sudden onset of destruction, usually at the base of the building. We have a straight down symmetrical collapse, often into the building's own footprint, because demolition waves remove the column supports in a synchronicity. We have a free fall speed, sometimes, through the path of what was the greatest resistance, the thousands of tons of structural steel in the way. And we have a total dismemberment of the steel structure, broken up, ready for loading and shipment. There's minimal damage to adjacent structures, and there's sounds of explosions heard by witnesses. There's flashes of light seen by witnesses. Enormous clouds of pulverized concrete and pyroclastic smoke. Squibs sometimes, or isolated explosive ejections that are seen in various parts of the building that are obviously explosions. And of course, there's chemical evidence left behind in the residue of cutter charges. If you have these things, any of these features, you know you had an explosive demolition. If you had all of them, you are really, really, really sure. There's no question. This is direct evidence of explosive destruction, and guess what? Fire cannot create any one of them, let alone all 10 of them. The third worst structural failure in modern history that most every architect and engineer in the United States and around the world know nothing about, which is in and of itself a huge curiosity at least, and more to the point, what amounts to a cover-up, censorship by the media, who knew and reported that day that this building was destroyed. In fact, it was destroyed at 5:20 in the afternoon after the Twin Towers came down. This is a 47-story skyscraper that is a football field in length away from the North Tower. Of course, it was not hit by an airplane, so we don't have the propaganda, the baggage that we have with the Twin Towers, because we all know how they came down. Is there a sudden onset of destruction at the base of the structure? Let's listen to Dan Rather narrate this as we take what may be our first look at World Trade Center 7's collapse.
Now, here we're going to show you a videotape of the collapse itself. Describe that. Now we go to videotape, the collapse of this building. It's amazing. Amazing, incredible, pick your word. For the third time today, it's reminiscent of those pictures we've all seen too much on television before, when a building was deliberately destroyed by well-placed dynamite to knock it down.
Is there a straight-down symmetrical collapse of this building into its own footprint? Let's look from West Street. I'm not quite convinced yet, though. Let's look at side-by-side comparison here. On the left is World Trade Center 7. On the right is a known controlled demolition. Is there any similarity? Is there enough similarity to warrant an investigation into the possible use of explosives, particularly given that every high-rise that has come down with explosives, and that no high-rise has ever come down due to fires? This is NIST's computer model. Compare it to reality. What do you see? I'll point out about 6 things that I see. First of all, it stops 2 seconds into the overall collapse. Why? Well, as you can see, it begins to tip over. Had they gone, they can't even get their own computer models to reflect the straight-down symmetrical collapse of an engineered, patterned set of explosives. And you can see massive bulging and indentation at the bottom, which is not reflected at all in the perimeter steel frame skeleton of the building. What else do you see? We have a massive set of failures of connections of structural steel framing that amounts to a rate of about 400 per second failing, beginning here, and look, almost instantly all the way up the building. Structural engineers will tell you that an isolated failure in a structural steel system cannot cause an instantaneous set of failures vertically throughout the building. And then NIST claims, well, then that travels laterally. But they don't even show us that. But forget that. Just the fact that we have massive failures in the structural system throughout the height of this building in the first few seconds before the overall collapse, wouldn't you expect to be seeing that reflected all the way up to the top and breaking massive numbers of windows on the side? How many windows do you see breaking here? A couple. They should all be tearing apart and massively warping. If we don't take out all 24 core columns and all of the 50 or so perimeter columns at once, virtually simultaneously, what's going to happen? That building is going to fall to the path of least resistance. Asymmetrically, it'll fall over. Look at the geometry of the building's collapse. It's coming down faster and faster. Each second, there's more speed, indicating gravity is in full control here. It's falling as fast as a bowling ball dropping off the side of the building. Do we have enormous clouds of pyroclastic-like smoke and dust? Look at this incredible level of expanding gaseous clouds racing 35 miles an hour in every direction away from the destruction of Building 7. And with a thick edge and complete set of pulverized solids filling this cloud of smoke. Much hotter than a few small office fires that you saw fueling that cauliflower-like expansion of that cloud. Mid-rise, high-rise office buildings do not collapse due to fire. There's 40,000 tons of steel in World Trade Center Building 7. That steel, fireproofed or not, will draw that heat away from its source and distribute it out through that incredible heat sink. Let's take a look in Beijing, where we had a massive fire fully engulfing a 44-story skyscraper. And surely this one is going to collapse. Did it? No. Before, on the left, after, on the right, the building is still standing. And yet, these small office fires brought this building down after burning about 4 hours. FEMA came out in 2002 with their report, assisted by the American Society of Civil Engineers. Before the NIST report came out, what did they say? The specifics of the fires in World Trade Center 7 and how they caused the building to collapse remain unknown at this time. Wait, you spent $600,000 on this report and you don't know how the building came down? Our best hypothesis, fire plus random damage, has only a low probability of occurrence. Wait a minute. What do you do when your best hypothesis has a low probability of occurrence? Maybe we should come up with a new hypothesis that has a higher probability of occurrence. No. They say further research, investigation, and analysis are needed to resolve this issue. Unfortunately, though, for those hoping to resolve the issue, all of the steel, except for 2 pieces, which you're going to hear about tomorrow, was sent to China for recycling. Before the report came out saying, hey, we don't know how the building came out, maybe we should look at the steel. And what does Jonathan Barnett, who did join the FEMA team, say about a typical investigation?
When you have a structural failure, You carefully go through the debris field, looking at each item, photographing every beam as it collapsed and every column where it is in the ground, and you pick them up very carefully and you look at each element. We were unable to do that in the case of Tower 7.
After we look at Building 7 and gain the respect of people who didn't know about it, much less its controlled demolition, they're much more open to looking at the evidence with the World Trade Center Twin Towers, which is actually even more clearly a controlled demolition, albeit a very different one than we've seen. Let's start with the structure. An amazing structure, unique for its time, an innovative structure that won awards from the American Society of Civil Engineers and won praise from NIST itself in its report. This building had 47 massive core columns. At the base, almost solid steel, 52 inches by 22 inches, thinning to 2 inches at the mid-height, and to the lightest part of the structure, up at the top, as little as 3/8 of an inch thick, those steel members. So when you see the building coming down in the videos, realize what we're talking about here. There's more steel on the facade of this building with these 14-inch square tube columns every 3 feet 9 inches marching across this building than there is windows. That collapse had to come down through this steel, or did it? Did the steel have to be removed to make way and cause for the collapse? This is the North Tower developing its collapse. On the lower left, you can see the full plume of the upward-outward arching streamers, the pyroclastic-like clouds, a geometry of fireworks. Compare that to known explosions. Is there any similarity? Here's the North Tower. We're told this upper block drove the rest of the building down. The planes hit here. There's no movement down from here until about now. Once again, this upper block is destroying itself in what can only be described as a miniature controlled demolition, if you will, of the top 15 stories. There's nothing left to drive the rest of the building down at any speed. Let's look at the structure. The upper portion is the lightest. The lower portion is the heaviest. Let's compare. If you look at Newton's third law of motion, there's an equal and opposite reaction against a lighter object striking a heavier object. Hey, it's the same if you drop the lighter object onto the heavier object. Equal and opposite destructive force. Which one will give up the ghost first? Obviously, we're drawing a comparison here. And Mr. Chandler will discuss this more with you tomorrow. But take a stop-start look now. Stop bands of explosions wrapping all the way around the building like the first responders describe. That upper portion is destroyed first. Let's take a look from below. A lot of violent activity with squibs, isolated explosive ejections occurring underneath. In a moment, we'll talk about the lateral ejection of this material. But take a close look now at the corner where you see developing a series of explosions rapidly advancing down the corner of the building much faster than the rest of these explosions, almost as fast as the free-falling objects. And you'll see tomorrow how fast this building is coming down. How could somebody get into this building, or some group of people? Well, if one had access to the core, to the elevator shafts in the building, they would have access to the core columns and beams that occur in the building, and it would be relatively discreet. But if you had an elevator modernization going on, which we did the 9 months prior to 9/11, the largest one in the world, in fact, that might give some sort of undercover operation. So this is a source of investigation. Ace Elevator had this contract. They had 85 employees in the building at the time of the first plane impact, and they fled. These are experts that usually help the first responders rescue the victims. Do we have isolated ejections occurring in the building? Well, how about here, here, here? What are these? NIST tells us that these are puffs of air being produced by that giant piston Well, we already saw that giant piston was destroyed. Any air pressure would be released upward, most likely. Also, these are occurring up to 60 stories down below this destruction. Let's look at the South Tower. It's hit 30 stories down. It does begin to tip over a little bit, but then it's completely destroyed, almost disintegrated in this cloud. It doesn't end up in some mass on the ground below. So we have asymmetrical damage from the airplanes and the fires, and asymmetrical loading from this portion of the building, which is continuing its angular momentum, theoretically, falling 22 degrees off the building. And yet, watch what happens below. Complete symmetrical destruction all the way down to the ground, just like the first responders described. Pop, 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 bands of explosions. The truth about 9/11 appears to be much darker than we have possibly imagined. We've seen that explosives were used to destroy these 3 skyscrapers. And of course, it takes months of advanced planning and engineering to place such explosives. Who had the means, the opportunity, the motive to engage in this crime? Who benefited? These are the classic questions that crime investigators and journalists should be asking, but are not, and thus the purpose of the Toronto hearings this week. Who had access to these highly secure buildings? Who had access to these extremely sophisticated explosives that you're going to learn about tomorrow from Dr. Niels Harrit? The architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth don't speculate about these issues. We don't have conspiracy theories. In fact, the laws of physics are incapable of caring about conspiracy theories. The evidence we've seen tonight is just a small fraction of the vast body of information that the 9/11 Truth Movement has put together for you. The questions raised are numerous and ominous that have yet to be answered. It's the hope of the 1,500 architects and engineers that I represent that these hearings prove quite successful toward getting all of us a new investigation. Thank you so very much.
What I'd like to address in my presentation are the broad consequences of 9/11 with regard to US military doctrine, but more broadly, the pretext and justification which the lies surrounding 9/11 have given to waging a war of conquest under the banner of what we call the war on terrorism, or the global war on terrorism. The global war on terrorism was launched late at night by the War Cabinet, which was formed in the afternoon of 9/11. And a decision was taken to declare war on Afghanistan as a state sponsor of the 9/11 attacks. In other words, a sovereign country somewhere in Central Asia, on the grounds that Al-Qaeda and mastermind Osama bin Laden was behind these attacks, and consequently, Afghanistan as hosting Al-Qaeda was responsible for a military attack on the United States of America. And what is more important is that the following morning, without any evidence, nobody knew who had done it on the same day. But the following morning, Eastern European time in Brussels, the Atlantic Alliance met and invoked Article 5 of the Treaty of Washington, which essentially states that an attack on one of its members constitutes an attack on all of its members under the concept of collective defense. Now, immediately, we see unfolding this notion of preemptive war, that this was an act of defense, and as a result, NATO didn't actually declare war on the 12th. It waited until barely 2 or 3 days before, based on some State Department document which was composed and never verified, and then they said, yes, we now rubber stamp the decision that we took tentatively on September the 12th. But needless to say, this tragic event of 9/11 was used as a pretext and justification to wage war on an impoverished country in Central Asia. There were diplomatic exchanges between Afghanistan and the United States. People say the Taliban, but this was the government of Afghanistan, whether we like them or not. And they sent, I think, on 2 occasions, if there's evidence that bin Laden is behind these attacks, we'd be happy to hand him over to American justice. And George W. Bush said, we don't negotiate with terrorists. That was his response. So that avenue was not taken. And anybody who has a minimal understanding of military planning will know that you don't plan a large-scale theater war in a matter of 4 weeks. This conference took several months to prepare. And imagine anybody who has looked at military documents knows that it takes several months and sometimes years to prepare a war of that size. So that the war on Afghanistan was in the pipeline well before 9/11. Al-Qaeda and his leader Osama bin Laden constitute the outside enemy in the eyes of public opinion. And we saw that in the wake of these tragic events, immediately there was a mass mobilization of public opinion, and I don't think even sectors in Canada, I think everybody joined the bandwagon, virtually everybody, even trade unions, progressive organizations, and a few dissenting voices. If Al-Qaeda is behind these attacks, who is behind Al-Qaeda? And I knew from the research I'd conducted on Yugoslavia in particular, but going back to the Soviet-Afghan War, that Al-Qaeda was an intelligence asset of the CIA, and this was amply recognized in numerous documents. And the response of the U.S. intelligence community was, yeah, we supported him, but he went against us. Okay, you can read that. I'm quoting literally from press reports, from intelligence reports. It's when an intelligence asset goes against his sponsor. Now, we were the sponsors of Al-Qaeda. It was for a good cause. It was to fight the communists in the Soviet-Afghan War, and we sent in the Mujahideen. We trained them in these CIA camps in Afghanistan and Pakistan. We set up the religious schools, the madrasas. We then contracted with our friends in Saudi Arabia to send in Wahhabi missions into Afghanistan to train these people. The understanding of the intelligence community is he turned against us. In the wake of the Cold War, the jihad then started to target the Western world, and that 9/11 was an attack by Muslim terrorists. Now, the blowback, I can tell you that the blowback is a fabrication. Bin Laden's whereabouts have always been known. Why? Because Al-Qaeda is a CIA intelligence asset and has always been an intelligence asset and continues to be an intelligence asset. So there is no blowback. And I will argue that there's a blow forward. We see Al-Qaeda in Iraq, then we see Al-Qaeda in Yemen, Al-Qaeda in Africa. We had subsidiaries of Al-Qaeda virtually everywhere, you know. And wherever the United States needed to intervene militarily, they used the pretext of Al-Qaeda in Yemen or Somalia or wherever, under different names, and of course corroborated by media reports, etc. And in all cases, I can assure you, these are instruments of US intelligence or MI6 or Mossad, and there's a collaboration between them. 9/11 has unleashed a roadmap of war and destruction. We are at the crossroads of the most serious crisis in modern history. I think that's not an understatement. And the war on terrorism is part of that process because it gives a justification to wage war on humanitarian grounds, so that you wage the war not against countries, but against what they called non-state entities, which came again into the jargon. All this has permeated the consciousness of millions of people. It's created an atmosphere of fear and intimidation, which was then coupled with the coded alert, the color-coded alerts, and Homeland Security, and so on. And it was a pretext to wage a war without borders, which in essence is a war of conquest, and it was also a pretext to implement far-reaching changes at home through the Patriot legislation, through national security, protection of borders, and so on and so forth. Ultimately, if the war on terrorism is no longer accepted and doesn't have its legitimacy, the whole construct of military doctrine collapses like a deck of cards. And that's why 9/11 truth is so important.
What happened on September 11th from the standpoint of somebody who was in Washington, D.C.? Probably the thing that struck me the most was after September 11th, there were slick brochures, magazines with photographs that appeared on the newsstands immediately after September 11th. And I asked myself, how did they get those pictures? Kind of like all of those red, black, and green flags that showed up overnight in Libya. We also, as members of Congress, were given talking points, and you all have seen my interviews that I've done talking about these talking points. The talking points basically said that the United States was hit because we're free. But now I think I have given you a little bit of my background. And what I understood clearly was that we ain't free. And so therefore, that talking point was created for another population. The reason that I didn't believe the talking points and the severe orchestration that took place and sort of a induction into groupthink that 535 members of Congress were supposed to buy into was because, one, I understood as an African American what it means to be targeted by the United States government through the documentation provided to all of the people of the world now, because it's on the internet, in the COINTELPRO papers, the counterintelligence program. I also was very well aware of what the United States government would do to communities of color, because there was no such thing as crack cocaine until the United States decided that they wanted to impact policy in Latin America and they needed to finance it. Operation Northwoods, I called in James Bamford to explain to me Operation Northwoods. And there in my government's own writing is a most diabolical plan, eerily similar to what happened on September 11th.
As you know, some of us think that the 3 buildings at the World Trade Center, buildings 1, 2, and 3, were brought down through a process of controlled demolition. So the question naturally arises, if that's the case, that seemingly outlandish thing, if that's the case, surely somebody on the scene would have noticed something, especially if this is, in any sense, a standard controlled demolition which uses explosives. Surely somebody would have heard them, or seen them, or felt them. And the answer, of course, is they did. And my job today is to give a brief overview of some of the eyewitness statements. I say some because my collection is far from comprehensive, but it should give you a pretty good taste of what this literature, as well as some of the video footage, looks like. 3 points I want to make today. First, the conviction that the towers came down because of explosions, as opposed to structural failure, was common on 9/11. Secondly, there is substantial eyewitness evidence supporting this conviction. And third, this eyewitness evidence has been ignored or suppressed by the 9/11 Commission and the National Institute of Standards and Technology. We begin then with the conviction that the towers came down because of explosions was common. Now, why is this even important? It took me a few years to realize how important this simple point really is. And I'll try and explain to you. It seems to me there's a very common presupposition, occasionally voiced but often unvoiced, and it is this, that on 9/11 everybody, especially those on the scene, knew that the towers came down because they were hit by airplanes. And the airplanes obviously damaged them, and the fires subsequently damaged them. And through some kind of structural failure, which usually people don't want to get into in detail, they came down and it was obvious. And that was the story, and that was the perception, and that was the belief. And that people who suggest controlled demolition brought them down are latecomers. They're revisionists. They're people who came along later with their cockeyed theory. And they perhaps have some special conspiratorial way of thinking, which leads them to unnecessarily complicate a simple situation. The idea that these buildings came down because of explosions, and even more specifically, because of explosives planted in the building, was an idea found all over the place on 9/11. On the scene by eyewitnesses, even on television, on the radio, in the paper. Very common. And it's important that we know that. It changes our perspective on this. So here's my first video. The reporter here is N.J. Burkett, and he's working for ABC News 7. And he's standing very near the towers.
Take 2. Take 2 and 2, 1. This is as close as we can get to the base of the World Trade Center. You can see the firemen assembled here, the police officers, FBI agents. The towers, a huge explosion now waiting to bring on all of us.
So this man had to pick up, he and his companion had to pick up the camera and run for their lives. And I don't see any evidence that Mr. Burkett had a particular conspiratorial frame of mind, and he certainly didn't come around after the event. This is his spontaneous judgment, standing in a place of great danger. He says, before the material even hits the ground, a huge explosion now, raining debris on all of us. We better get out of the way, and he runs. And just so you know, he also had to run for his life when the North Tower came down a little bit later, and he described that as a blast. So here we have some people who are off screen in, I assume, their apartment or condo in New York City, watching and filming, in this case, the North Tower in the distance, and we can hear them talking in the background. And it's particularly the man who talks here that I want you to listen to. I assume it's Matthew Shapoff.
Walking and I had my shoes on and I was about to go out the door, I would have been walking around when this happened. Oh my God! That was a bomb that did that.
Oh God, look at that!
That was a fucking bomb that did that. There's no goddamn way that could have happened.
Again, this gentleman didn't come along after the scene. He made his judgment as the North Tower came down, and he made it just as the debris was beginning to hit the ground. That was a bomb that did that, he said. Now, by the way, I just want to remind you what I'm trying to prove here. I'm not using Shapoff's evidence to argue that controlled demolition took place. I'm not even at that stage of the talk yet. I'm simply making a historic point about history, that there were people on that day who made the spontaneous judgment that these buildings exploded. My next example is from firefighter Christopher Fenyo, and this is taken from the FDNY oral histories. And he's talking about a period after the South Tower came down, that was the first tower to come down, and before the North Tower came down. So sometime roughly between 10 and 10:30 in the morning, it turns out there was a debate happening among firefighters at the scene. Quote, "At that point, a debate began to rage because the perception was that the building looked like it had been taken out with charges." In other words, not merely that it came down because of explosions in some general sense, but that the building had been rigged for demolition. They were debating that before 10:30 in the morning on 9/11. And that's the debate that is still raging 10 years later. The debate between some kind of structural collapse hypothesis and the explosion hypothesis. Pent bomb, as Barbara Honegger pointed out, is the FBI acronym for their investigation of 9/11, and it stands for Pentagon Twin Towers Bombing Investigation. When I first heard that years ago, I thought, what a strange title, because the official narrative has no room for bombs at any of the locations. Is it possible that some members of the FBI actually thought that it was a bombing originally? And that's when we go to Jack Kelly's very interesting statement, which you heard yesterday, but I'll give it again. This is on 9/11 itself, when he reports live that the FBI's working theory at that point is that, quote, "At the same time two planes hit the building, there was a car or truck packed with explosives underneath the building, which exploded at the same time and brought both of them down." So that according to him, the FBI had an explosion theory. And when we look at the television footage from that day, we find it's not just the FBI. There were police officers talking about explosives in the building. There were firefighters talking about a theory of explosives in the building. It was all over the place. We begin with the famous clip from the Naudet brothers film, the two French filmmakers who were there on 9/11 and who interviewed people and so on. So this is from the day. The gentleman, the firefighter on the right is Dennis Tardio, and on the left is Pat Zoda. And let's listen to their description of what the North Tower, because we have to be specific here, what the North Tower looked like as it came down.
Nobody there. Fuck, what do we do? We made it outside, we made it about a block.
We made it at least two blocks, and we started running. Floor by floor, it started popping out.
It was like, if they had detonated.
Detonated.
If they were planned to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom.
All the way down. I was watching it and running. Just ran up west. And then you just sort of this cloud of shit chasing you down.
Okay. Now, you know, it's worth pausing to think about what these guys are saying, because I've had so many people dismiss this kind of evidence that I'm dealing with, usually with a wave of the hand, an impatient gesture. Eyewitness evidence is notoriously unreliable was the first one. We dealt with that. The second one is, I don't care if a few people heard booms in the building. That could have been anything. It could have been anything. That is an extremely unscientific approach. It obviously couldn't have been anything. It had to be something quite specific, and our job is to figure out what that is. So, did these gentlemen talk about booms? Yes. Dennis Tardio uses the term boom, 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 boom. But there's nothing vague about them. Nor do they just hear, they see. They both saw the building coming down. They say it quite explicitly. It looked like. They affirm each other's testimony. And what did it look like? They convey this in part with these distinctive hand gestures, like little karate chops. This is what they both do. Dennis Tardio starts it off, the hand gestures. Pat Zoda agrees, does the same thing. Tardio then does it again. And this is what he said. I mean, this is what apparently this means. It means that there were a series of energetic and distinct events which began high and went down low rapidly and at regular intervals. There's nothing vague about that. That is extremely distinctive. And this is what they say. Zoda, floor by floor, it started popping out. Tardio, it was as if they had detonated, you know, as if they were planted to take down a building. Boom, 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 boom. Zoda, yeah. Nothing vague. This is rich testimony. It deserves to be pondered. Cannot be easily dismissed. Now, I want to take that hand gesture as a symbol of what it means to look for corroborating testimony. And that's why when we go on to our second rich case, we're now talking about quality testimony. I want to take Paul Lemos. This man was helping to do a commercial near the World Trade Center on 9/11. He was building a set. And his testimony is very specific and detailed. And he also gets very moved. If you watch the whole thing, begins to cry. He was in the thick of things. And here is a brief clip from what he says.
Can you tell us your name?
My name's Paul Lemos. All of a sudden I looked up and about 20 stories below, at least that's what it looked like to me, about 75 flights up below the fire, I saw from the corner, boom, 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 boom. Just like 20 straight hits just went down, and then I just saw the whole building just went, oh, and as the bombs were going, people just started running, and I sat there and watched a few of them explode, and then I just turned around, and I just started running for my life, because at that point, World Trade Center was coming right down, right above us.
This is very good eyewitness testimony. This, as far as I can tell, this footage is entirely independent from the Nade brothers film. That means this gentleman, Paul Lemos, did not see the firefighters, and they did not see him. And here they are independently on the day itself, and we know it's the day itself. We can see Building 7 in the background during Paul Lemos' testimony. The same gesture. Boom, 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 boom. Here's what he says. And by the way, this man doesn't guard himself. The firefighters don't go so far as to say they were explosions. They just say they looked like them. He doesn't guard himself. Here's his gestures. Here's his words. All of a sudden, I looked up, and about 20 stories below the fire, I saw from the corner, he's talking about the North Tower, the same building that the two firefighters were talking about. I saw from the corner, boom, 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 just like 20 straight hits, just went down. And then I just saw the whole building just went, and as the bombs were going, people just started running, and I sat there and watched a few of them explode. And then I just turned around and I just started running for my life, because at that point the World Trade Center was coming right down. Very rich testimony. And I'm going to pause for a moment to say something else about it. If you watch the whole interview, he says at one point, he makes a remarkable statement at one point, that while he was there, after he watched the building come down, they, meaning the authorities presumably, pulled in an architect who came up to Mr. Lemos and told him that he had not perceived explosions. He had not perceived explosions. Yeah. They told me they weren't explosions, he said. And then he talks about his interaction with the architect. The architect asks him, what did you see? And that's when he goes through the whole thing all over again. And the architect says to him, how fast were they? And he says, like firecrackers. Now, there's no evidence that Paul Lemos was ready to give up what he believed he thought he saw. But already on 9/11, on the scene, he's being told what he didn't perceive. Now, I'm not going to suggest that the architect was there for a sinister purpose. although I suspect he was. But this much at least we can say. There is no way at that point that anyone could have claimed to know scientifically that this man had not perceived explosions. Hadn't studied the rubble, the physical residue, hadn't done a comprehensive study of video or still footage, hadn't done a comprehensive investigation of eyewitnesses. How on earth could he make that judgment? But there's more. He's interfering with a criminal investigation. I don't care whether you look at this as a homicide investigation or a fire investigation or a bombing investigation. In all three cases, it's clear that eyewitness testimony is important and that you go to the scene and you gather it. You don't tell eyewitnesses what they did and didn't perceive. He's interfering with the investigation. And one of the reasons this is so important is because as I read through the firefighters' oral histories, I could see that in the months, they were collected mainly from about October 2001 to January 2002, and that over those months, some of them are beginning to retreat from their statements. Well, maybe I didn't see that. And during that whole period, they are being bombarded, largely through the mass media, with the structural failure hypothesis. And more specifically, the so-called pancake theory, according to which the towers came down because of pancaking floors. Now, that theory was ultimately given up by NIST. So it's sad when you see these people doubting their own senses in favor of a hypothesis which is thoroughly discredited now. My witness list is not comprehensive, but I will be submitting to the Toronto hearings statements from 156 eyewitnesses. So this will be an appendix to my presentation. It's 35 pages long because it includes the actual words of each of these people. This eyewitness evidence has been ignored or suppressed by the 9/11 Commission and the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And I can be fairly brief here, because if we ask how many references there are to eyewitness statements about explosions in the towers in the 585 pages of the 9/11 Commission, we find that there is one sentence fragment. They are discussing firefighters who were in the North Tower when the South Tower came down, and this is what they say. Those firefighters not standing near windows facing south had no way of knowing that the South Tower had collapsed. Many surmised that a bomb had exploded. That's it, in 585 pages. This implies that eyewitnesses who thought there were explosions were in the North Tower at the time the South Tower came down. In fact, most of them weren't. It also implies that they made a mistake. And they made that mistake because they had an impeded view. They weren't near a window. They couldn't see what was going on. This is grotesquely misleading. Many eyewitnesses were looking directly at the towers. And I've already showed you examples. So whether it's deliberate or not, this is an extremely inadequate and misleading way of dealing with this important testimony. If we ask about the National Institute of Standards and Technology now, which was given the specific job of figuring out why these buildings collapsed, how many references are there to eyewitnesses to explosions in the towers in the 295 pages of the final report? 0. Not one. Now, you need to know that the 9/11 Commission and NIST had access to the same material that I have access to. It's not as if I have some mysterious sources here. And yet they both miss my 156 eyewitnesses to explosions, not to mention many other eyewitnesses that are not in my list. Whether that's deliberate suppression of evidence, which would be a crime, or whether it's simply massive incompetence, does not concern me today, because either way, we have an investigation that is thoroughly inadequate, and that's why we need a new one. And I want to end with one last guy, Gary Gates. I looked up and the building exploded. The whole top came off like a volcano. And, you know, Gary Gates could, of course, be wrong, but if you ask me if 156 are wrong, I'm going to say no, I don't think so. Thank you.
12th century Indian mathematician named Bhaskara put forward what has to be history's most concise proof of the Pythagorean theorem. He drew this diagram. It's a common tiling pattern. In this pattern, he could see a square built on the hypotenuse of a right triangle. But he could also see the same area in two squares built on the legs of the same right triangle. So a squared plus b squared equals c squared, and it's there. The truth of this statement is accessible to direct perception. His proof was a single word: behold. When I see Building 7 come down, my gut level response is simply to say, behold. If you watch it happen, there is really no question. It's a classic demolition. All support has been removed and the building falls straight down. We've seen it many times, always and only as a result of demolition. NIST wants us to discount our perceptions and our common sense and believe only them. However, we cannot overlook the fact that the NIST report was produced by a government agency in an administration that was notorious for censoring scientific reports for political purposes. The claim that an event resembling controlled demolition was caused by office fires is patently absurd. The analysis leading to this conclusion was based on computer models while discounting contradictory physical evidence. The computer model has not been made public. The report has not been peer-reviewed. Before NIST even began its study, the crime scene had been destroyed. NIST refused to search for residue of explosives. As our colleague Frank Legg has put it, quote, the evidence for explosives in controlled demolition of all three buildings is both compelling and obvious. Hence, the failure of NIST to consider this possibility is prima facie evidence of corruption. This is a profile of the World Trade Center Building 7. It was a tall trapezoidal-shaped building. It's situated a little more than 100 meters north of the North Tower across Vesey Street. It's 47 stories, or 174 meters, or 571 feet tall. Its footprint is basically the size of an American football field. It has 58 perimeter columns and 25 core columns, and it was a massive building. The 23rd floor housed a specially reinforced bunker for the New York City Office of Emergency Management. The tenants of the building in 2001 included Solomon Smith Barney, the IRS Regional Counsel, the U.S. Secret Service, DOD, CIA, New York City Office of Emergency Management, Security Exchange Commission, and several banks and insurance companies. Needless to say, it was a very security-minded place. On the morning of 9/11, WTC-7 was hit by debris from the collapse of the North Tower. Much is made of this, but whereas the Twin Towers were hit by Boeing 767s flying at over 500 miles an hour, the few large projectiles that hit WTC-7 were more like mid-sized trucks, and the fastest of them that I measured were traveling at about 78 miles per hour. That's highway speed. The planes that hit the Twin Towers had about 1,500 times the kinetic energy of the fastest moving debris that hit WTC-7. Ultimately, NIST discounted the debris damage as a factor in the collapse of the building, but many people in their common perception still think that's a major factor. There were fires on a limited number of floors that moved around the building, staying in any one place no more than 20 to 30 minutes, exhausting the fuel and moving on. NIST claims that the northeast corner of the 12th floor had intense, prolonged fires, which caused unprecedented thermal expansion in the beams overhead, pushing a girder off its seat. This failure, they claim, cascaded down several floors, leaving column 79 unsupported and causing it to buckle. The failure of this single column, they say, is what ultimately brought down the building. Throughout the day, there were sounds of explosions and reports that WTC-7 was going to come down.
Because we just heard one more explosion. That's about the fourth one we've heard.
You want to call your mother or something? You got to get back to
I didn't know it was the 7 World Trade Center, but I know it now coming back. A 4-block radius has been cordoned off because fire officials expect that building to collapse.
That kind of report was going on all afternoon. There's another one with Ashley Banfield, the previous woman here, also saying, see that building? That's the one I've been told numerous times is the one that's coming down next. So, BBC News famously jumped the gun and reported the collapse of WTC-7 in detail about 20 minutes prior to its actual occurrence. Other reporters who apparently knew the New York skyline better seemed to have had the same script but showed confusion when they were reading what they were reading did not match what they were seeing.
We are getting information now that one of the other buildings, Building 7 in the World Trade Center complex, is on fire and has either collapsed or is collapsing. And you, to be honest, can see these pictures a little bit more clearly than I. And clearly those fires continue to burn at about 4:15 Eastern Daylight Time.
So he identifies when he's saying these things, and it's 4:15. The building came down at 5:20. In my teaching, I use a video frame tracking program called Tracker as a data gathering tool. Here's an example of how it works. A student took a video of me dropping a soccer ball from a ladder. I imported the video into Tracker, then marked the position of the ball in each frame. Tracker captures the position and time data from which it can compute velocity and acceleration and graph anything versus anything else, basically. This is a graph of velocity versus time for that soccer ball as it's dropped. And notice that the slope, that this basically is a linear graph when you take velocity versus time when there's a constant acceleration. So as note here, the slope is nearly constant at about 9.8 meters per second squared, and the number is shown right in here. It's 9.78 is what it's giving. But notice how linear it is. Notice how in the end it deviates from a straight line, because as the speed builds up, the drag increases, and so you're actually getting a little bit of a noticeable effect due to air resistance, even just from a ball dropping a few meters like that, okay? So air resistance, as subtle a force as it is detectable, okay? This is a graph for the roofline of WTC-7. Note that for well over 2 seconds, the graph is linear, so the acceleration, similar to the soccer ball, the acceleration is constant. The slope of the linear portion of the graph is essentially equal to the acceleration of gravity within the margin of error of the measurements. In other words, for this building, even though it is falling straight down through its own supporting structure, free fall actually happened. Notice also that there's a sharp onset of free fall. It just turns a corner up there. The building is holding steady, then it simply lets go. In the approximately 2.5 seconds of free fall, it falls over 100 feet, the equivalent of about 8 stories. Free fall is motion under the influence of gravity alone. All resistance must be removed. Some people argue that the resistance in the case of WTC-7 was not significant because the falling mass was so great. It's true the falling mass was great, but the strength of the supporting structure was even greater. The structure was built to support 3 to 5 times the actual load. Look again at the velocity versus time graph, and notice when it does eventually engage the structure, the rate of acceleration slows, then actually decelerates. And that's what you'd expect when you actually have engagement between the falling mass and the structure. As NIST is basically saying that the top part is crushing the structure, it should have been looking like that all along. The building has the strength to decelerate this falling mass. It's just that it wasn't happening. Newton's laws are formulated in terms of forces, masses, and accelerations. Another parallel set of concepts are the conservation laws. I'm teaching a little physics today. The conservation of energy, conservation of momentum, and conservation of angular momentum are primary ones there. To lift an object requires something we call work. And that amount of work is stored as potential energy as long as the height is maintained. When the object falls, the potential energy is converted to kinetic energy, the energy of motion during free fall. During free fall, all of the potential energy is converted into kinetic energy. But if any of the energy is used for other purposes along the way, such as crushing the concrete or deforming the steel or throwing things around, there will be less energy available to be transformed into kinetic energy. Okay? So I did a little simulation where I hope you noticed as it went through, as it had to do some work on something else, it slowed down the falling ball because some of that energy was getting siphoned off for other purposes. And you can measure the result as the kinetic energy of the falling ball is thereby reduced. In the case of WTC-7, all of the energy was transformed into kinetic energy. So therefore, the work needed to destroy the structure was not available. It had to come from some other source. The fact of free fall is literally proof of demolition. So the energy to do what the falling mass was supposedly doing could not have come from the falling mass. A mass in free fall can do no work. And if something was being destroyed, it's not being destroyed by the falling mass. It was destroyed to enable the mass to fall. The final draft of the NIST WTC-7 report for public comment was released in August 2008. And the final report was released in November 25, 2008. In both of these, NIST discusses the rate of fall of the building. My measurement tracking the roofline is a completely standard way to understand its motion. NIST, however, did not initially do this. What NIST did was measure the overall time between two data points, like starting and stopping a stopwatch. The ending point was when the roof line reached the level of the 29th floor. Their starting point was 5.4 seconds earlier, presumably when the downward motion of the roof line began. This they compared with free fall time, which they calculated to be 3.9 seconds. They therefore proclaimed that the time of fall was 40% longer than free fall time. This is a stunningly invalid and meaningless measurement. Anyone at NIST who had anything to do with this measurement had to know immediately that they were part of a cover-up. The only way to validly compare the motion of the building to the acceleration of gravity is to measure the acceleration of the building. The acceleration is found from the slope of the velocity versus time graph. So in order to find the acceleration, you have to actually know the velocity as a function of time. In other words, you need a lot of data points. You can't get a valid measurement of acceleration from two data points unless you know ahead of time that the acceleration over that interval is uniform. Nobody does it this way because you can't assume a priori that the acceleration in a given situation is going to be uniform. NIST would not do it this way in a legitimate project. NIST desperately wanted to claim that free fall did not occur. because they knew that actual free fall would be a smoking gun for demolition. So instead of a head-on comparison of the acceleration of the building to the acceleration of gravity, they focused on the completely meaningless notion of free fall time. That's a bizarre construct even, but you might not realize if it is. They said that the fall of the building took longer than free fall time, and to make even this work, they had to falsify their time measurement. Here's the 5.4 second interval they measured. I put a clock on the screen. There's the fall of the building. That's 5.4 seconds. Now, here it is, backward in slow motion. And see if you can tell when the clock should have started to be a fair timing of the fall. That's when they started the clock. Would you want these guys timing the race of your kid on a track team? So, to describe their timing as the time of fall is clearly dishonest. The building retained its full height for a significant period of time after they started their clock. The supposed event they chose to start their clock is a point in the middle of an ongoing period of disruption of the building's structure, but it was well before the actual downward motion. On August 26, 2008, NIST held a technical briefing conference, and I was able to ask a question. I cited the fact that a number of people had measured the motion of the building and had determined it was within a few percent of free fall. Yet the report claims it fell 40% slower than free fall. Then I asked, how can such a publicly visible, easily measurable quantity be set aside? Sunder's answer was that free fall happens when there is no structural resistance. Free fall would have taken 3.9 seconds, but their model showed it should have come down in 5.4 seconds. The 5.4 seconds of their model was reasonable because there was structural resistance. There was a series of failures that had to take place, and they were not all simultaneous. The question here was how the video evidence that free fall actually occurred can be set aside. Sunder's answer is that their model showed that free fall could not have occurred. That's his answer. Sunder is elevating their model above the direct evidence, and that is not science. Sunder's response typifies the entire investigation. What they did was they substituted a computer model, or several computer models, for the actual physical evidence. Taking the evidence out of the picture insulated them from having to go where the evidence leads, because they didn't like what they saw down that road. NIST's model is based on the assumption that WTC-7 came down as a natural collapse due to fire, gravity, and buckling columns. Since their model could not produce a free fall collapse, and since the video evidence shows that free fall actually occurred, their model is wrong, and the assumptions behind their model are wrong. NIST does not acknowledge this or try to account for the discrepancy in any way. If explosives were used, you will never discover them in a computer model. Even if the computer model can be made to collapse, it does not mean that's the way the building actually collapsed. Conclusions drawn from computer models can only reproduce what is implied by the assumptions that were programmed in. NIST could have made their model work if, at a mouse click, 8 floors of support in the model were suddenly removed. But that would require that the fall of Building 7 be interpreted as a demolition. NIST had no intention of going there. That would have involved culpability, and finding culpability was not part of their mandate. In the August draft of the public comment, the strategy was to cover up the fact of free fall. That strategy didn't work because we let them know that there were some of us out here who could actually measure these things for ourselves. In November, the final report changed strategies. This gets a bit complicated. First, they continued to assert that their earlier analysis was correct. You can find the same timing analysis in the final report as in the previous one. They added this more detailed analysis, and that's the way they described it. And so they did this from frame tracking measurements, the same as I did. Then they put their graph in a box, which they divided into 3 stages. The real fall of the building starts in stage 2 and continues in stage 3. However, they tack on the erroneous early measurements as stage 1. They put a smooth curve through the data, which has absolutely no physical significance, except to spin their results to look like a single smooth continuous process. The overall time for their 3 stages is, as you guessed it, 5.4 seconds. But they did one more thing. Amazingly, someone at NIST added a nice straight red regression line through their stage 2 data. They even gave the equation of the line. It shows that the slope is exactly equal to the acceleration of gravity. So that red line is a flat-out absolute admission of they're even closer to the acceleration of gravity than my measurement. They were right smack on the money. They're on that number for this accepted as acceleration of gravity in feet units, okay, 32. The red line on this graph means that NIST acknowledges WT7 came down without resistance and without doing any work for over 100 feet. It means all support for 8 stories was suddenly removed by something other than the falling mass. It literally means that NIST final report confirms WTC7 had to have been a demolition. The only thing that's relevant here is the slope of the graph. And the fact that the slope, it doesn't matter how it started, how gradually it started, or anything else. If the slope of that graph is the acceleration of gravity, it's in free fall. And it doesn't matter what it did to get into free fall. It's in free fall. So everything else they're saying here is irrelevant. Free fall happened, and NIST admits it. At least someone at NIST agrees with enough clout to put this into their final report and make it stick. NIST has no escape from free fall. The building as a whole entered free fall for a significant period of time over a significant distance. This requires the sudden removal of support, and that requires explosives. The NIST WTC7 report has never been peer-reviewed. There has been no forum for critiquing or correcting the final report. This does not constitute science. It is instead an authoritarian declaration by a government agency that demonstrated repeatedly its unwillingness to consider the one hypothesis that could actually account for their observations. The fact that NIST could not come up with an alternative model that actually works is a pretty clear indication that no alternative explanation exists.
So how did the Twin Towers fall? How did the Twin Towers fall? It sounds like a very easy question, but in fact it's kind of a tough question, because if you ask almost anybody on the street, if you had asked me 4 years ago, I would have said, the planes hit and fires, and I think I heard some about explosions, but that didn't happen, and then they just fell down. But I really didn't understand how those towers fell. And I think if you ask the average person on the street that same question, they won't really clearly understand the official story of how those towers fell. But knowing how those towers fell is critical, because it's like if somebody was murdered, if they were murdered, that's one thing. If they died of natural causes, it's another. We need to understand how those towers fall before we can go find out who did it. September 12th, my local hometown paper carried a story from the the Washington Post. And in it, they already knew what happened. Pretty amazing. We have the 2 largest structural failures in history, and they already had it solved. They knew what caused it to come down. And we were told a different story. We were told the melting steel story. It says in just under an hour, a raging fire from burning aviation gasoline softened or perhaps melted the steel. The experts already knew. The experts agreed that collapse of the two towers after the attack was almost inevitable, as if obviously they're going to fall down. And they give little diagrams in there as far as how they came down. Newsweek extra edition. The intense fire caused the tower to collapse. It melted the structural steel. What the firemen might not have realized is that gushing jet fuel was melting the steel. As if firemen don't understand that steel frame structures, they routinely rush into them because they know they don't collapse. It's never happened before. But the Newsweek experts explained to us that the firemen probably didn't realize that. And indeed, there was ample evidence of melted steel. They were right about that. There's no question that there was melted steel. Here's some right here. And later you'll learn of other evidence of melted steel in very high temperatures. The problem came up that office fires and jet fuel cannot melt steel. It's a physical impossibility. They just cannot get hot enough to melt steel. And yet, we know there was steel that was melted. So that was a problem with our official story. Nova put together a very nice documentary that I remember watching. And it's interesting in their documentaries that they tend to use animations rather than the actual collapse itself. They don't focus on the collapse, they use animations. As you watch this, notice that they will show the trusses collapsing, and they'll show those trusses breaking away, but they don't show the concrete floor on top of it. The concrete floor is invisible. So we have an invisible floor and these independent trusses breaking down. Also notice in this clip that we'll have entire parallel floors going down, but they're basically floating floors in space. There's no corners on them, and they show this pancaking down. And so then we got into this pancake, what we call the truss failure theory for the official story.
The heat of the fire would have softened both the floor trusses and the outer columns they were attached to. When the steel became weak, the trusses would have collapsed. And without the trusses to keep them rigidly in place, the columns would have bent outward and then failed. Once the trusses fail, the floors they were holding cascade down with a force too great to be withstood. The result is what's called a progressive collapse, as each floor pancakes down onto the one below.
Now, what do we notice left standing? They forgot to keep going, and there's something left standing. This is a strong core, 47 columns. They weren't just freestanding spaghettis. They were all interlaced and tied together. It was, in essence, a freestanding structure. Now, along with experiments, hypotheses that are given ought to match or ought to explain the phenomenon which we observe. So what did we observe? Did we observe those floating pancake floors coming down? Did we observe any pancakes at all at ground zero? This is a collapse in New Zealand from the earthquake, unfortunately. And what do we have here? What do we see? We see pancakes. We see large chunks of floors. This was a 6 or 7 story building that came down. What did we see at ground zero? We had 110 floors. Did we see one complete floor? How about the roof? Did we see the roof? There was no load on top of the roof. We see nothing. We see cut steel, all cut up steel, but no 1 acre size floors. So again, we need to observe, and what do we use our eyes to observe what actually happened versus the animations. Now, what about if we look at the actual collapse of the North Tower? Do we see entire floors coming down and hitting, or do we see partial floors? What do we actually see? This is just with a sound off, same speed, and I'm going to slow it down here. What do we see? We see them racing down one side. We see the corner still standing, coming down one side only. We don't see entire floors impacting. We see partial floors. What about this corner? Why is that still standing when this is rushed way ahead, dozens of floors ahead? Quite unusual. It doesn't match. It doesn't match what we were told. FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, and the American Society of Civil Engineers, they went into ground zero, and they did a report, and it came out in, I believe, May of 2002. They studied it for 6 months, and they proposed a theory. It wasn't a pile driving theory. They proposed very similar to the PBS Nova, the expanding floor truss failure theory. And that theory relies on there's heat in the buildings. Here's the core columns, and here's the perimeter columns. That heat expands the truss, it bows those trusses outward, and the trusses actually fail at the connection. So here's the columns, here's the trusses coming in there. Those trusses break. Okay, they break and they smash down, and then they kind of pancake down the rest of the way. That was their theory. It's in a published book. As far as that was what the official story was at that time. Well, then the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST, came along, and they studied it from about September of 2002, I think all the way to about fall of 2005, and they came out with a totally different story. They said that they disagreed with the FEMA initiation sequence, what we call the initiation of how it started. They said that those floor trusses did not expand and pull, and the connections did not break. They said just the opposite of FEMA. So our official story is changing a little bit. They basically said that we know, obviously, airplanes hit the towers. We all agree on that. Knocked off the insulation. The jet fuel fire started. They said the fires weakened the floor truss, but the steel did not melt. The floor trusses sagged, but the connections did not fail. And that sagging pulled in, it didn't push out, those perimeter columns, and then once the upper section began to move downwards, global collapse ensued. So that's their story. That is the latest official story. But even after all that time, money, and expertise, NIST said that they were unable to provide a full explanation of the total collapse. Theories or models must describe what we observe. Confirmation of those theories by experimentation or testing is the cornerstone of the scientific method. The strongest arguments prove nothing so long as the conclusions are not verified by experiment. So will global collapse ensue once started, and is collapse really inevitable? That's what they're telling us. Let's look at some real-world examples of other buildings that were intentionally weakened. In this case, they were controlled demolitions. And they were weakened at the lower part of the structure, so it has even more mass to come down. Once they're weakened, will they automatically come down? This is called a zip feed grain elevator. It was weakened, it didn't go down. It is not inevitable once you start something. Notice that it decelerates, it does not accelerate, it decelerates. Here's another one. We're blowing up the lower section. Will it keep going? It decelerates, it slows down, it doesn't accelerate. It is not inevitable, necessarily. There's another one. What do we observe? It is not inevitable. It's falling over, again, as Richard Gage would say, to its path of least resistance. So the statement that global collapse is inevitable, and all these experts are saying that, well, of course it's going to happen, is not backed up by our own observations. Okay, what about thermate? What about thermate? Can thermitic material cut or melt steel? First of all, what is thermate or thermite or thermitic material? I had never heard of thermite before 3 years ago, ever. Thermite is a mixture of iron oxide and aluminum. And when you add sulfur to it, they call it thermate. It's got that sulfur right in it. And so I decided to do a little research on thermite and to find out what it could or could not do. Now, one of the things that was found in the dust is that there were small iron microspheres found in the dust. These are very small spheres, and they're round. And the reason they're round is the only way they could have gotten round is if they were molten at one time. And they have a lot of iron in it. So it's another evidence that we had temperatures higher or high enough to melt steel or iron. Of course, and we also saw molten metal flowing from Tower 2. There it is pouring down there. So there's evidence of high temperatures. It's about 7 minutes before the collapse of Tower 2. All of a sudden it starts pouring out. What is this stuff? Independent scientists started to piece all this evidence together. They had those iron microspheres. They had that molten steel metal coming down. They're trying to come up with what can explain that, because again, this is all after a collapse initiation. It was never explained to us. What could explain that evidence? And Stephen Jones, primarily, and others suggested that, thermite with sulfur in it, would explain that eutectic steel. It would explain those iron microspheres, and it would explain that metal coming down there. So the media picked up on this and sort of the hubbub about this whole idea of thermitic material or thermate, and they responded and say that no, it couldn't have been thermite because it's not possible for thermite to melt a steel column. National Geographic used some New Mexico Tech. In New Mexico Tech, they conducted an experiment that proved that thermite could not melt a steel column. And since it wouldn't melt a steel column, obviously those crazy truthers must be wrong. And this is what they told us, and they demonstrated by experiment.
If thermite melts through this steel column, the theory of a thermite-controlled demolition may have some validity. While the truthers insist that more explosive super thermite could have been used in the tower demolitions, testing conventional thermite can illuminate this physical process and answer a simple question. Can thermite of any type burn through steel beams? Despite 175 pounds of thermite packed around the steel column, it remained undamaged.
Mythbusters says the events of 9/11 will not be allowed to be debated and discussed. But they attempted to melt through the roof of a car with half a ton of thermite and couldn't do it. And the debunking websites say the thermite would have also needed to cut sideways. Not an easy feat for thermite. You see, it's a powder which burns chaotically. Maybe with some device, but no working device has been proven to me to work to cut a vertical column. So we are led to believe that thermitic material cannot melt steel, cut steel horizontally or vertically, and would take massive amounts to do any real damage.
I started thinking about this, and again, I'm no chemist. I don't know much about thermite. I'm no explosive expert either. I don't know anything about explosives, really. But I started to look into this whole idea about thermite and thermate and all these different derivatives of thermite. And you go on YouTube and you find out what thermite can do. And I realized that, well, of course thermite can melt steel. They show it melting a railroad track and welding it and things like that. So I started learning more and more. So I started to think that maybe I can do some sort of experiment. Let's see if they're right. Let's see if thermitic material can cut steel. They come out and they basically say it can't cut steel. Let's see if it can. So then I had to go about figuring out how I can do this. And I just started grabbing some things around the place. I found some steel beams, and I started kind of putting this thing together. And I put a little video out on the thing. Here's the initial setup of my experiment.
Using the same beam from my eutectic steel video and another 12-inch beam, I proceeded to make a double-angle welded connection, which I set up on some 8-inch concrete slabs. I could not obtain nanothermite, so I made small quantities of old-fashioned thermate, which is not considered an explosive, with ingredients that are legal and readily available. Thermate is difficult to ignite, and ordinary fuse is not hot enough. But a magnesium strip, which burns white hot, will ignite the thermate giving off heat and white smoke. In addition to giving off heat and white smoke, thermate produces lots of small spheres of iron. These iron spheres are a natural byproduct of thermate and not from any steel, just like those iron spheres found all through the dust.
So that's the first thing I learned, is that thermate, those little round spheres, is a natural byproduct of that thermate. Okay, so then I thought, well, how am I going to melt steel? How am I going to hold it against any steel? If it melts steel, it's going to melt whatever I press against it. So I started thinking about fire brick. And I finally decided, well, maybe I will get some roof tile we have in Florida and cut it in half, put the loose thermite in there, wrap it around with some plastic wrap, and then I was thinking, well, how can I hold that against a steel beam? You can't bolt tile to a steel beam, so I decided to use some magnets and a spring tooth. And I thought, well, if I do this, I'll put 5 pounds on each side of this. Surely it'll melt that thing. It'll just take it right apart. Well, unfortunately in life, nature's not that way. Nature really doesn't care who you are. Nature's going to do what it's going to do, and it's going to prove what's true for that particular setup. So here's my first attempt. There's the clay tile. There's 5 pounds here and 5 pounds on the other side. There's some magnets and a spring tooth there. I went up to it and lit this thing, and I thought, well, here we go. I'm going to prove it. And I basically proved that it didn't do a thing, except for, I think it singed my eyebrows. I did prove that. So I learned that get a little bit further away next time I do that, because it gives off a pretty good heat there. So you do learn from everything in life with experiments. But, as they say, if first you don't succeed, I decided to keep on going. I had to scratch my head a while, and I thought, well, that's strange. It didn't do anything. It didn't do what I thought it would do. So I tried again. Now, when you play this video, I'm going to be talking over it, but as I burn through this column, I want you to, if you can catch it in time, you're going to notice some molten metal pouring down as I go through this. It's fast, but if you slow it down, and you can check it out on the video I gave you in the presentation there, it will create molten metal, and that molten metal looks very similar to what's coming out of the South Tower. But the steel did not melt, meaning that perhaps a container could be made out of steel after all. Using an ordinary steel box tube, I had a slot milled along one edge. Welding the bottom and using clamps on the top to hold the powdered thermate in, I bolted it to a steel beam vertically. I called this device my thermitic box cutter. With only 1.5 pounds of thermate, or less than 1/100th of what the National Geographic experts used for their experiment, not only was I able to melt steel, but it also sliced a vertical cut. So I made a slightly larger thermitic box cutter and used 2 3/8 bolts drilled and tapped on one side of the connection. Here's the molten steel coming out. You dripping out? It only took a slight twist to break it completely off. I noticed as the thermate burned, it tended to lose its cutting power, perhaps because it could expand into the area where the box cutter previously burned. So I built a piston-driven box cutter using a compressed car hatch piston. I added sheets of tungsten to minimize the burnout and allow the piston to slide better. I then bolted my contraption to the flange of the column and ignited the white-hot magnesium. It appears that not only can thermate melt steel, but it can also cut vertical columns. So that was my second test. And that one worked a little bit better. Now, in all those 10,000 pages of the NIST report, they do talk about pressure pulses and dust puffs prior to the collapse of those twin towers. A lot of little pulses coming out and a lot of dust puffs coming out, which I think is a very nice way to say that perhaps there was some pre-weakening explosions, but they called them pressure pulses and dust puffs. And so I thought, well, let's see what else we can do with this stuff. I wonder if we can emulate those pressure pulses and dust puffs through experimentation. Rather than using a mechanical piston to maintain volume, I segmented my box cutter with steel plates, hoping to get a more uniform burn, but got some unexpected results. Can thermate make pressure pulses and or dust puffs? I guess it can. But why waste all that thermate and energy cutting the columns? Why not attack the weakest areas instead? Can thermate cut bolts? I guess it can. But what if just the head of the bolt is exposed rather than the nut and the threads? Can thermate be configured to cut just the bolt head? I guess it can. And without any evidence on the other side. I don't think that something like my piston-driven box cutter was bolted to the office walls, or trash bags full of thermite used. It's more likely that any pre-weakening thermitic material were hidden inside the perimeter box columns. I had a replica of a segment of the WTC box columns made up. And like the Trade Center iron workers, I bolted the segments together. It made 2 sets of my 2 bolt blasters, placing them in the access hole. Let's listen to another eyewitness.
It sounded like gunfire, bang, 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 and then all of a sudden 3 big explosions.
Is it even possible that thermate could do this? I guess it is.
I made a 4-sided internal box cutter that was split into 2 pieces so they could be inserted inside the column. Let's see what happens. I think my box cutter blew about 50 feet up, consuming valuable energy and trimming my trees in the process. Nevertheless, the inside of the column was cut about 3/4 of the way through. Were thermitic devices or maybe explosive nanothermite sprayed inside those box columns? I'm not sure.
And I'm not sure. I'm just saying what thermite can and cannot do. So again, remember the National Geographic experts and all the experts out there asked us this question.
Can thermite of any type burn through steel beams?
Using your power of observation, what do you think? Do you think it can, even though the experts said it could not be done? And again, I am certainly no explosive expert whatsoever. I just sort of fumbled through my way on this thing. I didn't know, I had no clue what I was doing, really. Unfortunately, there's another little quote out there. In these days, when a man who says a thing cannot be done is quite apt to be interrupted by some idiot doing it. Because we know that regardless of how beautiful their theory may appear, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. It's wrong. So all the arguments from authority, as Carl Sagan once said, all arguments from authority are unacceptable, unless they can be backed up, I'll add, by experiment. Thank you.
Today, I'm going to present evidence related to the existence of unusually high temperatures at the World Trade Center, both during the destruction of the 3 buildings and afterward for several months. Much of the evidence presented here will be taken from 2 peer-reviewed scientific papers. One of these papers is called Extremely High Temperatures During the World Trade Center Destruction. The authors include 4 PhD physicists, 1 PhD chemist, and several others, including myself. The second of the 2 papers I'll discuss is called Environmental Anomalies at the World Trade Center, Evidence for Energetic Materials. I'd like to begin with the first of these papers and ask you to notice the maximum temperatures that were cited by the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, at the World Trade Center. NIST reported gas temperatures as high as 1,000 degrees Celsius within its report on the World Trade Center destruction. It's important to note that these are gas temperatures, not the temperatures of solid materials. But one problem with the maximum temperature cited by officials is that there are many eyewitnesses who claim that metal had been melted at the World Trade Center, and we know that could not have resulted from these temperatures. Here are just a few of the eyewitness statements that were made. The first one is from a man who worked for John Skilling, the design engineer of the World Trade Center towers. He said, as of 21 days after the attack, the fires were still burning and molten steel was still running. A chaplain at Ground Zero said, I talked to many contractors, and they said they actually saw molten metal trapped. Beams had just totally been melted because of the heat. Dr. Keith Eaton of the Institute of Structural Engineers said, I was shown slides of molten metal, which was still red hot weeks after the event. Another doctor from Johns Hopkins School of Public Health said in some pockets now being uncovered, they're finding molten steel.
You'd get down below and you'd see molten steel running down the channel rails. Like you're in a foundry.
Yeah, like lava.
Like it was lava
from a volcano.
But on the left here you see molten metal pouring from the South Tower and being pulled from the debris pile at Ground Zero, the World Trade Center site. NIST said that they found no evidence of molten metal. But NIST said if molten metal had been present, it would have had to have been aluminum from the plane. This was not the case, as one can see from these photographs. On the right, you see the difference between molten iron or steel, which is yellow-orange, and molten aluminum, which is silvery gray when poured in the daylight. The temperature required to melt steel is 1,538 degrees Celsius, and it's far above the maximum gas temperature cited in the official report. So the solid temperature, evidence for solid temperatures, are much higher than what officials say the gas temperatures were. In a structural fire, steel temperatures lag behind gas temperatures for a number of reasons, including the thermal conductivity of steel, the effects of convection, and the fireproofing that's applied. Achieving a steel temperature of 1,538 degrees Celsius at the World Trade Center would require gas temperatures that are well above 1,538 degrees Celsius and far above the maximum of 1,000 degrees Celsius cited in the official U.S. government World Trade Center reports. This and other indications demonstrate that the NIST reports do not address the evidence. I've seen evidence of the previously molten metal myself in the form of metallic microspheres that I've found in nearly dozen World Trade Center dust samples that I've examined. Here are photomicrographs that I took of the first examples that I received in 2007. And we extract particles from the samples of World Trade Center dust. After realizing that such findings could be used in a legal proceeding at some point in the future, we began asking that samples collected by these independent sources be accompanied by documentation that recorded the date, time, and other necessary information, including sample location. Each sample was provided with this information, as well as the signature of the collector and sometimes a witness as well. The process evolved into the use of a standard chain of custody form, which I've used for many years myself as a laboratory manager. I've extracted the metallic microspheres and other paramagnetic particles from the dust in several ways. On the left here, you can see what the content of a typical World Trade Center dust sample looks like under a microscope. These photos are at 100x. On the right are photomicrographs of particles that were extracted with a magnet from the bulk of the same World Trade Center dust sample. At the top of that, you can see the many metallic-looking microspheres and other droplet-shaped metallic particles. Below that are examples of red chip-like materials and other metal-looking objects. If we look at the first of the two peer-reviewed scientific papers I mentioned, it begins with a discussion of these metallic microspheres, as well as the finding of semi-transparent silicate-rich microspheres. The paper addresses two independently collected samples that were received for this study. Both samples were collected indoors and shortly after September 11, 2001. One sample was collected on an indoor windowsill on September 14, 2001, just 3 days after the disaster, while search for survivors was going on, and in a building 4 blocks from Ground Zero. The other sample was acquired inside a 4th-floor apartment whose upper windows broke during the World Trade Center collapse a few days later. How were such microspheres formed? As with water falling or spraying through the air, molten metal forms spheres due to surface tension. When a liquid is falling or sprayed through the air, the molecules at the surface do not have other like molecules all around them, and consequently they cohere more strongly to each other, those directly associated on the surface. The United States Geological Survey found the same iron and silicate spheres throughout the World Trade Center dust and could not find an explanation. Our paper explains that the spheres indicate not only that the iron or silicate was molten at one point, but that due to the small size of the spheres, a violent disturbance of some kind would have been necessary to shatter the molten metal into the small sizes seen. Various explosive or incendiary processes are likely explanations. Our research team, led by Dr. Stephen Jones and Dr. Jeffrey Farrar at Brigham Young University, analyzed the metallic microspheres we found in World Trade Center dust by a technique called X-ray energy dispersive spectroscopy, or XEDS. This is a technique that provided the elemental composition of the spheres. In other words, it told us what elements the spheres were composed of. The result was that the spheres we found were very high in iron and low in other elements. This agreed with the findings of the R.J. Lee group. You can see the trace in the lower section on the left from R.J. Lee and how it matches with the trace on the right from our team. The temperatures required to explain this evidence, listed here, cannot be explained by the temperatures given in the official reports on the World Trade Center. To provide even more corroboration for these findings, we need only look to the official U.S. government report that preceded the current one published by NIST. The first report was from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Administration. Appendix C of their report provided strong evidence of extremely high temperatures at the World Trade Center in the form of highly corroded and eroded steel samples saved from the buildings after they were destroyed. FEMA described samples of steel that had been thinned to razor sharpness. In some cases, there were inexplicable holes in the steel. The fire engineering professors who found the samples could not come up with an explanation for it. They also could not explain the sulfidation of the steel. That is, steel had been chemically changed at the microstructural level in ways that indicated a chemical eutectic mixture had been achieved between sulfur, iron, and oxygen, causing steel to melt. Other evidence for extremely high temperatures at the World Trade Center site include the finding of fused metal and concrete artifacts, like the meteorite, as it's called. This is a mass of molten steel and concrete found at the site, all fused into one big chunk. It also includes the thermal hotspots measured by NASA remote sensing instruments that measure temperature via electromagnetic radiation emitted from the surface. Surface temperatures in the debris piles were found to be as high as 750 degrees Celsius a week after 9/11. As you've heard already today, there's an explanation for all this officially unexplained evidence. This explanation is that the thermite reaction was present and occurring at the World Trade Center on 9/11 and afterward in the pile at the World Trade Center site. The thermite reaction is an extremely exothermic chemical reaction between aluminum powder and a metal oxide. The metal oxide is typically iron oxide, which you can see here on the left with the reddish color. The temperature at which thermite burns approaches 3,000 degrees Celsius for some mixtures, which would explain the evidence discussed so far in this testimony. The products of an aluminum iron oxide thermite mixture are molten iron and aluminum oxide, which quickly forms a white dust cloud as it cools. Additives like sulfur improve the burn properties of thermite. And again, a sulfur-containing thermite, which is called thermate, as Mr. Cole mentioned, would explain the evidence found by the FEMA investigators. I've made nanothermite myself via formulations published by the U.S. National Laboratories. On the left here, you see a photomicrograph I took of a particle extracted from the World Trade Center dust. On the right is a photomicrograph of a nanothermite material that I made. And below that's a photo of the ignition of that nanothermite. And I'd like to show you again a short video. But basically, nanothermite is a solution-made thermite. It's iron chloride dissolved in organic solvents. We add a propylene oxide scavenger material, which turns that into iron oxide. And then you can add organic compounds to this solution. And the important thing is that the organic compounds generate gas when the material is ignited that does pressure volume work and makes it explosive, generates gas. Of course, aluminum is added as well. If we take just a couple grams of this nanothermite and put it in a smaller beaker on a hot plate and raise the hot plate to its maximum temperature, which is 550 degrees Celsius, this should cause the material to ignite. We'll add a loose lid to the beaker to demonstrate the pressure volume work effects that the expanding gas should produce. Even with this very small quantity, it should ignite rapidly and cause explosive gas effects that can be seen. Let's look at it again. As expected, we did see rapid ignition, less than a second to ignite at all, and rapid gas expansion. When we look, this is an important point, when we look at the ignition residues, they're strikingly similar to the appearance of the World Trade Center dust particles that were extracted with a magnet from the bag. Both are the same colors, they show the same metallic microspheres, and both exhibit the same kind of vesicular formations that suggest high temperature reactions or explosive effects. There was a huge dust cloud that arose from the destruction of the buildings. Again, you've heard about this. It was similar to that of a volcano. In other words, it was a pyroclastic-like cloud and appeared to be driven, therefore, by energy sources that exceeded the energy available from the gravitational collapse. Another striking fact is that the dust cloud was very hot and was burning people and setting objects on fire. Here are photos of the many vehicles that were set on fire or burned in the area. There were also many witnesses to the cloud being very hot and burning people as it passed by. Includes Thomas Spinard from the New York Fire Department said the dust cloud hit us, it got real hot, it felt like it was going to light up. Another man said a hot solid black wave of heat threw him down the block. Another said a hot billowing cloud of death chased us through the narrow streets of lower Manhattan. In conclusion, I think this is the evidence that needs to be considered. There are photographs and witness testimony of molten metal at the World Trade Center. This cannot be explained by the temperatures given by the official reports. There clearly were extremely high temperatures evidenced by metallic and other microspheres, evaporated metal, and silicates in the World Trade Center dust. FEMA reported findings of eroded steel and sulfidation, which have not been explained officially. NASA provided images of high surface temperatures, again not explained. Fires could not be put out at the World Trade Center site. There were unusual spikes in volatile organic chemical emissions, suggesting abrupt, violent fires on specific dates, and unusual species in the environmental monitoring data also corresponding to specific dates, suggesting the presence of thermitic materials. There were high temperature problems noted by the University of California Davis team, and there are similarities, again, throughout all of this to products of thermate and nanothermite. These vehicles were burned as if something passing through the cloud was setting them on fire, and there were many witness testimonies to a hot wind and cloud. So thank you.
Today, in my presentation, we will zoom in on the dust, which we have all seen several times in the presentations preceding this one, and in such huge quantities in what was called pyroclastic clouds. And the pyroclastic cloud is a dust cloud which is hot. There was plenty of dust. And it influenced so many people in New York City, one of them being a woman who was living on the corner of Cedar Street and Liberty Street. Is this corner here. Her name was Janet McKinley, and she was allowed to come back to her apartment about a week later, and this is what it looked like. There was a thick layer of dust all over, and she had a cleaning job to do. She kept some of it for the purpose eventually of making it into a piece of art, because she also had an artistic mind. We put this dust into a plastic bag and apply a magnet onto it. I have taken actually a small sample out of this bag, put it into a smaller bag here, and I also brought a little magnet here. You should take the bag horizontally, or you can also put it vertically, and then apply the magnet to the dust, and you'll see something coming along. Play a little with it. The challenge for you is to isolate a black line of particles following the curvature of the magnet. The magnetic field is strongest at the edges. So try to pull out some magnetic material from the bulk and eventually isolate what probably will be a black line of small particles. And this is some of the stuff you can isolate from the dust by means of the magnet. It was first presented to the world in 2007 on December 15th in Boston by Stephen E. Jones. Following this publication of Stephen E. Jones, I was asked to join this team of scientists investigating these red-grade chips, and the work eventually ended up in a publication on April 3rd of 2009. The paper is based on 4 samples. Janet McKinley's sample is on the corner of the World Trade Center Square Plaza, and the other one here is from the Brooklyn Bridge. Sample number 3 and sample number 4 is a little north of that. In all 4 samples, we found these red-grade chips. These are the 4 samples, A, B, C, and D. When you heat these chips up, they react. What we're aiming at now is, you should know, we are talking about nanothermite. We're talking about the thermite reaction. You have seen this reaction scheme many times already. You've seen, and it was invented, thermite is a very old thing. It was invented by Hans Goldschmidt, a German chemist, in 1893. It was patented in 1898 and applied for the first time in 1899 for welding of tram rails in Essen in Germany. Because in the thermite reaction, as you have already heard many times, you form elemental iron at a very high temperature. So it's very useful for welding. This picture also was shown by Kevin Ryan, and these are the various residues. These are chips which all have been into the DSC machine. We are taking them out, and we are observing these reaction products, the metal spheres. And these pictures, also shown by Kevin Ryan, is what the chips look like when Kevin is preparing the nanothermite in his backyard, and we see the same red chips here. So what else? So we believe that we have found what we call nanothermite. Let me repeat. You have a plastic matrix, and in it you have very finely dispersed aluminum and iron oxide, and that's it. An explosive must act by means of force. It is a chemical reaction where a gas is evolved and you knocked things over like that with the pressure, with the force. And in order to do that, it has to be very fast. The characteristic of explosives are not that they're energetic, but they're fast. They deliver their energy in forms of gas pressure very, very fast. But thermite and thermate acts by means of heat, contrast to explosives which acts by means of pressure. And relative, even though we saw Jonathan Cole demonstrating these wonderful experiments in his neighbor's garden, they are still slow on the time scale of explosives. Explosives are very, very fast. Some of the explosives, actually the combustion zones move more than 20 times the speed of sound. This is TNT, a very common explosive, trinitrotoluene. And this is RDX. It's called cyclotrimethylene trinitramine. And the reason why explosives are so fast is that the electrons only have a very short range to go. Both parts of the reaction are actually in the same molecule. So in TNT, the electrons only have to move from here and out to the nitrogen group. This is a distance less than 1/10 or 1/10000000th of a meter. While in gunpowder, which is a mixture of powders, the electrons have to move from one particle to the other. Fireworks, rocket fuels, and old-time thermites. In nanotechnology, you start with composite materials, but you make the particles smaller and smaller and smaller. And this is what happens to a thermite reaction. As you make the particles smaller, the time of reaction gets shorter and shorter, and then of course you deliver the energy in a much shorter time, meaning that the effect gets much higher, and eventually you approach the delivery rate to that of molecular materials. The advantage of thermitic materials is that the energy content per volume is much, much higher than they are in conventional materials, meaning that you can pack much more energy into a smaller volume than you can do with dynamite or TNT or RDX. Incendiaries which act by means of heat, they must by necessity be thermitic. And this is what we observed: molten iron in the rubble, molten iron coming out of the South Tower, and these iron spheres being formed, unambiguously indicating that thermite must have been there one way or the other. Now I will show you a video which David Chandler did not show. And I must admit that up until this point, I did not, as I said, indulge in hypothetical blast scenario. I wouldn't speculate where the red grade chips fit into any blast scenario. But upon watching this one, I changed my mind.
This is the destruction of the South Tower of the World Trade Center, viewed from a helicopter to the south. This particular video clip is rich in details that call the official story into question. Notice the numerous explosions on the west side of the building above the impact point. As the top 30-floor section falls, it tips to the east. It starts off intact, but then it disintegrates in mid-air. Gravity alone could not cause the top section to disintegrate. When an object is in free fall, there are no internal stresses. It should have hit the ground in one piece, but it didn't. Some of the debris is clearly being accelerated by forces other than gravity. These effects can be caused by late firing explosives, which can produce a white smoke trail. White smoke, consisting of aluminum oxide, is a byproduct of the thermite reaction. While producing this video, I ran across one rocket projectile I had not seen commented on before. This one stopped mid-air and changed directions. Even taking perspective effects into account, this projectile lost one component of momentum and gained another. That requires an impulse. Note that the rocket trail does not point back to the building, but the point where the impulse occurred. Let's take it from the top. There's a lot going on. Watch for the smoking guns.
This is outrageous. And when I saw this first time, I said, that could be our red grade chips. Look at these trails. And now, up until this point, I thought all the white dust coming out of the towers was crushed wallboard. There was plenty of wallboard, and it's white. But this is not what wallboard would look like if you crush it and throw it out the window. These are rocket trails. And this
byproduct of the thermite reaction. While producing this video, I ran across one rocket projectile I had not seen commented on before. This one stopped mid-air.
This is crazy. It goes out like this, and then it changes direction 90 degrees. And it still tracks a white smoke trail afterwards. What are we looking at here? This is rocket fuel. The number of responders has been discussed, what I've seen in a medical journal, and the estimate is between 60 to 70,000 of people were exposed to the dust for an extended period of time. And last year, there were published a paper in Experimental Health Perspectives by a group of doctors from the Mount Sinai Medical School in Manhattan. And they looked into the lung tissue on World Trade Center responders, and we should see what they found. The picture to the left here is from a lung tissue, and they found some thread-like tubular structures in 4 out of 7 patients which were ill, in numbers ranging from 11,000 to 230,000 per gram wet tissue. This is the same material which they found also in the World Trade Center dust, which is moving around here somewhere. Carbon nanotubes, what are they? Well, they are tubes made of carbon, but they are very, very, very small. They're very, very strong. They're hundreds of times stronger than spiderweb. Formation of carbon nanotubes requires 3 conditions must be fulfilled. You must have very high temperatures, and you must have a source of carbon atoms, which means an organic chemical present, and you must have a metal catalyst, among which iron happens to be one of the best besides cobalt. And so this triggered the thought in some of us, well, this means that ignition of the nanothermite should be ideal circumstances for formation of nanotubes. So this is the residue. Kevin, you remember he came in, he took the beaker and you saw down into it. Yes. He left it cooling a little bit, he put it into a letter and sent it to me. It is here. And what I did then is to take a little sample out of this, pouring a few milliliters of alcohol, ethanol, onto it, making a slush in a mortar, actually, letting the particles, all the metal particles, all the heavy particles precipitate. And then you take a little drop of the supernatant liquid, you put them onto a copper grid, which the panelists can also see here, they're very, very small. And you let the ethanol evaporate. You put them into a transmission electron microscope, and this is what you see. This is the perfect dimensions of carbon nanotubes. This is carbon nanotubes. I wouldn't come up with this if I didn't believe what I was saying. This is carbon nanotubes. This is a picture from the patients, the Mount Sinai study. This is what we find as a product of the nanothermite reaction. And please remember that none of the control group showed this feature. So if you ask, couldn't the nanotubes come from somewhere else? It's true, it is formed combustion of diesel and in much, much smaller amount and in oxygen-starved fires. But the control group have been living a normal life, except that they actually caught asbestos fibers. And none of them showed carbon nanotubes in their lungs. The goddess of justice, in my language we call her Justitia. And she is usually depicted, she's blindfolded, she carries a sword and a balance. And the implication of this obviously is that her judgment should not be biased by her own opinions. It should only be based on whatever the hard evidence presented in the case. So you could say that justice is blind and science is blind, but we are not dumb. Thank you.
I begin with a question. Is the 9/11 Commission's new story about American 77 believable? One of the things that we would not have expected on the assumption that we have been told the truth about American 77 is that 3 years after 9/11, the original official story about this flight would be replaced with a radically different story. According to the original story, told in a press release of September 18th, 2001, called NORAD's Response Times. NORAD was notified about American 77 at 9:24 that morning, roughly 14 minutes before the Pentagon was officially hit. This report raised
a difficult question for the military. Why were the F-16s from Langley Air Force Base, about 130 miles away, not able to get to the Pentagon in time to prevent the attacks? In their 2006 book, the co-chairs of the 9/11 Commission, Thomas Kane and Lee Hamilton, wrote, "If the military had had the amount of time they said they had, it was hard to figure out how they failed to shoot down the plane." The 9/11 Commission would avoid this conclusion by providing a new story, according to which the FAA had not told the military about American 77 at 9/24. In fact, the Commission claimed it never did notify the military until the Pentagon had been struck. This new official story of 2004 by the 9/11 Commission got the military off the hook for not preventing the attack on the Pentagon. But this new story is not believable for many reasons. The FAA's Air Traffic Control Center in Indianapolis was handling the flight when it started showing signs of being in trouble. The 9/11 Commission claims that the Indianapolis Center did not notify the military even when, at 8:56, it lost this flight's transponder signal, its radar track, and its radio. Why? Because the Indianapolis controller concluded the 9/11 Commission claimed that American 77 had experienced serious electrical or mechanical failure, after which it crashed. Why would the controller have made this conclusion at this time when it was known that 2 planes had already been hijacked, one of which had crashed into the World Trade Center? Because, the Commission claimed, no one at Indianapolis had any knowledge of the situation in New York until 9/20. But this claim strains credulity. Television networks had started broadcasting images of the World Trade Center at 8:48. These images included, at 9:03, the crash of the second airliner into the South Tower. Millions of people knew about these events. How can we believe that no one at the Indianapolis Center had any knowledge of the situation in New York until 9/20? General Mike Canavan, director of Civil Aviation Security, told the 9/11 Commission, "As soon as you know you had a hijacked aircraft, you notify everyone. The notification gets broadcast out to all the regions." According to the 9/11 Commission report, Dick Cheney entered the bunker under the White House, technically the POC, the Presidential Emergency Operations Center, shortly before 10 o'clock, perhaps at 9:58. However, according to virtually all reports, including statements by Richard Clark and David Bohr, Cheney's photographer, Cheney had entered the POC closer to 9:15 a.m. The most important of these reports came from Norman Mineta, who was the Secretary of Transportation. In testimony to the 9/11 Commission, Mineta said that he arrived at the POC at about 9:20 a.m., shortly after which he overheard the ongoing conversation involving Cheney, which occurred during the time that the airplane was coming into the Pentagon. Mineta said, "There was a young man who would come in and say to the Vice President, 'The plane is 50 miles out. The plane is 30 miles out.' And when it got down to the plane is 10 miles out, the young man also said to the Vice President, 'Do the orders still stand?' And the Vice President turned and whipped his neck around and said, 'Of course the orders still stand. Have you heard anything to the contrary?'" What were the orders? Mineta assumed, he said, that they were orders to have the aircraft shot down. But no aircraft approaching Washington was shot down. Mineta's interpretation also made the young man's question unintelligible, given the fact that the airspace over the Pentagon is categorized as forbidden, meaning that commercial aircraft are never permitted in it. plus the fact that the two hijacked planes had already crashed into the Twin Towers, the expected orders, if an unidentified plane were approaching the airspace, would have been to shoot it down. Had Cheney given those orders, there would have been no reason for the young man to ask if the orders still stood. His question made sense only if the orders were to do something unexpected, not to shoot it down. The most natural interpretation of Minetta's story, accordingly, was that he had inadvertently reported that he heard Cheney confirm stand-down orders. This interpretation would also make sense of what the 9/11 Commission did in response to Minetta's story. Its report did not mention Minetta's story, and its claim that Cheney entered the PEOC shortly before 10 o'clock meant that there was no time for the exchange with the young man described by Minetta. This portion of Minetta's testimony was also removed from the Commission's video archive. Minetta's testimony, combined with the 9/11 Commission's reaction to it, provides strong evidence, convincing to at least most members of the Truth Movement, that Washington insiders, including Cheney, were behind the Pentagon attack. The official story is rendered especially dubious by its claim that the Pentagon was struck by a Boeing 757 flown by Al-Qaeda's Hani Hanjour. As the title of a New York Times story revealed in 2002, Hanjour, who had been taking lessons in a single-engine plane, was known as a trainee noted for incompetence, about whom an instructor said he could not fly at all. And yet on September 11, 2001, before Hanjour had been declared by authorities to have been the pilot of the plane that hit the Pentagon, a Washington Post story said, just as the plane seemed to be on a suicide mission into the White House, the unidentified pilot executed a pivot so tight that it reminded observers of a fighter jet maneuver. Aviation sources said the plane was flown with extraordinary skill. A Post story the following year stated, aviation experts concluded that the final maneuver, American Flight 77, was the work of a great talent. This was clearly impossible. Moreover, the extraordinary maneuver would have been so difficult in a 757 that the official story could not be saved by simply choosing a less incompetent Al-Qaeda trainee. Ralph Kolstad, who was a top U.S. Navy pilot before becoming a commercial airline pilot, has said, I have 6,000 miles of flight time in Boeing 757s and 767s, and I could not have flown it the way the path was described. If the maneuver could not have been executed by a 757, by one of America's top pilots, it could not have been executed by one of the alleged hijackers. Turning now to United Flight 93. There were contradictory reports. In 2003, NORAD officials told the 9/11 Commission that the FAA reported a possible hijack of United Flight 93 at 9:16. But the 9/11 Commission in 2004 called this incorrect, saying instead, by 10:03, when United 93 crashed in Pennsylvania, there had been no mention to the military of its hijacking. The FAA controller in Cleveland had detected signs of hijacking at 9:28, even hearing, "We have a bomb on board." And yet Cleveland reportedly did not connect the military. The 9/11 Commission, trying to explain why not, gave an account of incompetence and even stupidity in the FAA, which is unbelievable. Besides being unbelievable, the 9/11 Commission's claim was contradicted by many prior reports. In his 2004 book, Richard Clark said that during his White House video conference, FAA Administrator Jane Garvey reported that at about 9:35, a number of potential hijacks, which included United 93 over Pennsylvania, had occurred. And this conversation occurred while both Donald Rumsfeld and General Richard Myers had been listening. The 9/11 Commission was able to claim that the military learned, or was able to deny that the military had learned about Garvey's report by simply denying that Rumsfeld and Myers were involved in this video conference. An ABC program on the first anniversary of 9/11 had Karl Rove, David Borer, Cheney's photographer, and Cheney himself discussing the hijacked United 93 as having been considered the biggest threat. Brigadier General Montague Winfield, who had taken a leadership position in the Pentagon's National Military Command Center, recalled, "We received the report from the FAA that Flight 93 had turned off its transponder, had turned, and was now heading towards Washington, D.C. General Larry Arnold, the commander of NORAD's U.S. Continental Region, indicated in a January 2002 interview that the military learned about United 93's troubles between the crash into the second tower and the attack on the Pentagon. By this time, he said, we were watching United 93 wander around Ohio. He also said that at 9:24, our focus was on United 93, which was being pointed out to us very aggressively, I might add, by the FAA. This report by Arnold, who was involved in the events, differed radically from what the 9/11 Commission claimed. It's claimed that the FAA never contacted the military about United 93. Did the military shoot United 93 down? Rumors that the military had shot down Flight 93 existed from the start. Major Daniel Nash, one of the pilots from Otis Air Force Base, sent to fly over New York City, reported that when he returned to base, he was told that a military F-16 had shot down an airliner in Pennsylvania. This rumor became sufficiently widespread that it came up during General Richard Myers' confirmation interview with the Senate Armed Service Committee on September 13th. Chairman Carl Levin, saying that there have been statements that the aircraft that crashed in Pennsylvania was shot down, added, these stories continue to exist. Myers replied, Mr. Chairman, the armed forces did not shoot down any aircraft. That same day, NORAD said, contrary to media reports that speculate that United Airlines Flight 93 was downed by a U.S. fighter aircraft, NORAD allocated forces have not engaged with weapons any aircraft, including Flight 93. NORAD said that this should put an end to the rumors, but the rumors continued. Although the 9/11 Commission did not directly acknowledge this controversy, it made a three-point argument to rule out the possibility that United 93 could have been shot down. The first argument was that the military did not know about the hijacking of United 93 until after it had crashed. As we have seen, there is much evidence against this claim. The second argument was that Cheney, having not arrived in the PEOC until almost 10 o'clock, did not give the shoot-down authorization until sometime after 10:10, and that Richard Clark, who had asked for this authorization, did not receive confirmation until 10:25. These claims were meant to rule out the possibility that United 93 was shot down because it came down at either 10:03 or 10:06. However, Clark himself indicated that he, after asking for the authorization shortly after 9:30, and he was then amazed at the speed of the decisions coming from Cheney. and he received the authorization between 9:45 and 9:50, not after 10:10. The Pentagon's third argument was that the military was not in position to shoot United 93 down. But a reporter in Nashua, which is where the Boston Aircraft Control Center actually is, wrote, FAA air traffic controllers in Nashua have learned through discussions with other controllers that the F-16 fighter stayed in hot pursuit of another hijacked commercial airliner until it crashed in Pennsylvania. Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul Wolfowitz said, "We responded awfully quickly, and in fact we were already tracking in on that plane that crashed in Pennsylvania." A CBS story then said U.S. officials were considering shooting down the hijacked airliner that crashed in western Pennsylvania, but it crashed first. Administration officials say that had the jetliner continued towards Washington, the fighter jets would have shot it down. The falsity of the official story about 93 is further suggested by descriptions of the alleged crash site. One television reporter said, "There was just a big hole in the ground. All I saw was a crater filled with small, charred plane parts. Nothing that would even tell you that it was the plane. There were no suitcases, no recognizable plane parts, no body parts." A newspaper photographer said, "I didn't think I was in the right place. I was looking for something that said tall, tail, wing, plane, metal. There was nothing." Debris instead was found many miles away, and much of it was debris that could not have blown there. John Flegel, an employee at Indian Lake Marina, reported that the debris that washed ashore included pieces of seats, small chunks of melted plastic, and checks. Newspapers reported that debris was found in New Baltimore, which was beyond a mountain ridge more than 8 miles from the alleged crash site. Also, although Flight 93 reportedly was carrying more than 37,000 gallons of fuel when it crashed, tests of soil and groundwater at the official crash site found no evidence of contamination. Perhaps the strangest feature of the crash site was that there were evidently 2 of them. According to CNN reporter Brian Cabell, speaking from the official crash site, the FBI had cordoned off a second area about 6 to 8 miles away from the crater. He then asked, why would debris from the plane be located 6 miles away? Conclusion. My report shows that there are many anomalous features in the official stories of Flight 77 and 93. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
There's now a consensus, even from the staff of the 9/11 Commission, that there's something very wrong with the government story. 9/11 Commission team leader John Farmer has said there was either unprecedented administrative incompetence or organized mendacity on the part of key figures in Washington. Now, the mendacity has come from figures including President Bush, Vice President Cheney, NORAD General Richard Myers, and CIA Director Tenet. They include also President Clinton's National Security Advisor, Samuel Berger, who prior to testifying on these matters went to the National Archives and removed and presumably destroyed key relevant documents. Finally, in his book, John Farmer comes down to endorsing both of his alternatives. Farmer's first alternative of unprecedented administrative incompetence is in effect the explanation offered by the 9/11 report to deal with A, striking anomalies on 9/11 itself, and B, the preceding 20 months during which important information was withheld from the FBI by key personnel in the CIA's Bin Laden unit, the so-called Alex Station. But thanks to the groundbreaking new book by Kevin Fenton, Disconnecting the Dots, we can no longer attribute the anomalous CIA behavior before 9/11 to, quote, systemic problems, or what Anthony Summers rashly calls bureaucratic confusion. Fenton demonstrates beyond a shadow of a doubt that there was a systematic CIA pattern of withholding important information from the FBI, even when the FBI would normally be entitled to it. The pattern begins with intelligence obtained from surveillance of an important Al-Qaeda summit meeting of January 2000 in Malaysia, perhaps the only such Al-Qaeda summit before 9/11. The meeting drew instant and high-level U.S. attention because of indirect links to a support element, a key telephone in Yemen used by Al-Qaeda, suspected of a role in the 1998 bombings of U.S. embassies. As Fenton notes, the CIA realized that the summit was so important that information about it was briefed to CIA and FBI leaders, Louis Freeh and Dale Watson, National Security Advisor Sandy Berger, and other top officials. This is probably what Berger was trying to cover up when he went to the archives. Yet inside Alex Station, Tom Wilshire and his CIA subordinate, known only as Michel, blocked the effort of an FBI agent detailed there, Doug Miller, to notify the FBI that one of the participants, Khalid al-Mishdar, had a U.S. visa in his passport. Alex Station also failed to watch list the participants in the meeting, as was called for by the CIA's guidelines. This was just the beginning of a systematic, sometimes lying pattern where NSA and CIA information about al-Mishdar and his traveling companion, Nawaf al-Hazmi, was systematically withheld from the FBI, lied about, or manipulated or distorted in such a way as to inhibit an FBI investigation of the two Saudis and their associates. This pattern is a major component of the 9/11 story because the behavior of these two eventual hijackers was so unprofessional that, without this CIA protection from the Alex Station group, they would almost certainly have been detected and detained or deported long before they boarded Flight 77 in Washington, and so, I may add, would have been the other hijackers with whom they had been in contact. Initially, I believe al-Mishdar and al-Hazmi were protected because they had been sent to America by Saudi GID intelligence service, admitted under the terms of the liaison agreement between the GID and the CIA. Prince Turki al-Faisal, former head of the GID, has said that he shared his al-Qaeda information with the CIA and that in 1997 the Saudis, quote, established a joint intelligence committee with the United States to share information on terrorism in general and on al-Qaeda in particular. Even in the very best of circumstances, decisions have to be made whether to allow an informant's crime to go forward or to thwart it and risk terminating the usefulness of the informant. In such moments, agencies are all too likely to make the choice that is not in the public interest. A very relevant example is the first World Trade Center bombing of 1993. Relevant because Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the alleged mastermind of 9/11, was one of the 1993 plotters as well. The FBI had an informant, Ahmad Salem, among the plotters, and Salem later claimed, with supporting evidence from actual tapes of his FBI debriefings, that the FBI deliberately chose not to shut down the plot. Here is Ralph Blumenthal's careful account in the New York Times of this precursor to the mystery of 9/11. Law enforcement officials, the FBI, were told that terrorists were building a bomb that was eventually used to blow up the World Trade Center, and they planned to thwart the plotters by secretly substituting harmless powder for the explosives, an informer said after the blast, that is, Ahmad Salem. The informer was to have helped the plotters build the bomb and supply the fake powder, but the plan was called off by an FBI supervisor who had other ideas about how the informer Ahmad Salem should be used. What makes the 1993 bombing even more relevant is that Salem, according to many sources, was an agent of the Egyptian intelligence service sent to America under liaison to spy on the actions of the Egyptian blind sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman. It is clear from both investigative and prosecutorial behavior that a number of different U.S. agencies did not want to disturb Rahman's activities. Even after Rahman himself was finally indicted in the 1995 conspiracy case to blow up New York landmarks, the U.S. government continued to protect Ali Mohammed, a key figure, perhaps the key figure in that conspiracy. Then in 1994, when Ali Mohammed was detained in Vancouver by the Canadian RCMP, the FBI intervened to arrange for Ali Mohammed's release. This freed Mohammed to proceed to Kenya, where he became the lead organizer of the 1998 embassy bombing in Nairobi. Following this atrocity, Ali Mohammed was finally, belatedly detained by the Americans, but still not indicted. He was apparently still a free man when he readily confessed to his FBI handler, Jack Clunan, that he knew at least 3 of the 9/11 hijackers and had helped instruct them in how to hijack airplanes. We have to conclude that there is something profoundly dysfunctional going on here, and has been going on since before 9/11, indeed under both political parties. We know from many accounts of the Bush administration that there was also another powerful pro-war consensus within it, centered on Cheney, Rumsfeld, and the so-called cabal of PNAC, the Project for the New American Century, that before Bush's election had been lobbying vigorously and publicly for military action against Iraq. We know also that Rumsfeld's immediate response to 9/11 was to propose an attack on Iraq, and that planning for such an attack was indeed instituted on September the 17th. In the Bush administration, Stephen Cambone, who earlier had collaborated with Rumsfeld and Cheney in signing the PNAC statement rebuilding America's defenses, became one of the most active promoters of using SOCOM special forces to operate covertly against al-Qaeda, not just in Afghanistan, but, quote, anywhere in the world, which is in effect what we have now under our current president. In a sense, 9/11 was unprecedented, the greatest mass murder ever committed in one day on U.S. soil. In another sense, it represented a kind of event with which we have become only too familiar since the Kennedy assassination. I've called these events deep events, events with a predictable accompanying pattern of official cover-ups backed up by amazing media malfunction and dishonest best-selling books. Some of these deep events, like the Kennedy assassination and 9/11, should be considered structural deep events because of their permanent impact on history. It is striking that these two structural events, the Kennedy assassination and 9/11, should both have been swiftly followed by America's engagement in ill-considered wars. The reverse is also true. All of America's significant wars since Korea, Vietnam, Afghanistan twice, once covertly and now overtly, and Iraq, have all been preceded by structural deep events. America, I argue in my latest book, has become dominated by a war machine in Washington, a war machine that has been building incrementally since Eisenhower warned us about it in 1961. I thank you very much.
Of war and humanity and the utter madness of militarism, Dr. Martin Luther King had this to say more than 40 years ago about his responsibility to challenge his own government regarding its war on Vietnam. A time comes when silence is betrayal. That time has come for us. Even when pressed by the demands of inner truth, men do not easily assume the task of opposing their government's policy, especially in a time of war. And I knew that I could never again raise my voice against the violence of the oppressed in the ghettos without having first spoken clearly to the greatest purveyor of violence in the world today, my own government. I'm here to speak to you about the betrayal of truth that still continues today and to break the silence about events that present a profound challenge to our most closely guarded beliefs about government and democracy. The public's attention must be brought to bear upon the state crimes against democracy related to the events of September 11th, 2001. These events collectively are referred to as state crimes against democracy, or SCADs. State crimes against democracy are actions which are undertaken in direct violation of sworn oaths of office by officials in order to circumvent, exploit, undermine, or subvert laws, the constitutional order, or the public awareness essential to popular control of government. SCADs are dangerous to democracy because they are not isolated events, but a pattern of actions, or in some cases, inactions, which facilitate a progression towards closing down an open and free society into a police state run by a select few. Although there are many theories as to why some people refuse to look at evidence that the official account is false, they're not all equally valid theories. It is neither valid nor accurate to claim that just because a person will not examine evidence that the official account is false, that they are simply in denial. The human brain is the most complex organism in the body, and thus the mechanisms by which the mind processes, interprets, and responds to information is equally complex. For example, the human brain is composed of hundreds of billions of neurons, each with thousands of synapses, creating a vastly complex and intricate neural network consisting of up to 100 trillion to up to a quadrillion synaptic connections. At any one time, this organ is processing an infinite amount of information, both from its internal and external environment, most of which we are unconscious of. However, it is often that information, of which we are largely unaware, that has the most significant influence over our thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. Even those thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that we adamantly believe to be consciously determined. We assume that when we are looking at something, we are consciously analyzing it based upon the visual information that is entering the brain from the eyes. But this is not entirely accurate. In fact, visual stimuli transduced by the rods and cones in the eyes and sent by electrochemical signals to the central nervous system via the optic nerves does not go directly to the occipital cortex, which is the primary region responsible for processing visual information. Instead, it first goes to the lateral geniculate nucleus of the thalamus, another region of the brain that is a part of the limbic system and important to emotional arousal. To put this in simpler terms, this means that you can experience an emotional reaction to something before you are consciously aware that you have even seen it, which in turn then affects how you see it. Alternative explanations of political assassinations, terrorist attacks, and other national tragedies that differ from official state accounts are sometimes dismissed by the general public because they evoke strong cognitive dissonance, a psychological phenomenon which occurs when new ideas or information conflict with previously formed ideologies and accepted beliefs. In psychology, a false belief generally refers to one that has been manipulated, often purposely and outside of the person's awareness, and sometimes in a very specific direction or misdirection. An elegant and robust example comes from the work of Solomon Asch in the 1940s and Harold Kelly in the 1950s, and later replicated by others, including Neil Widmeyer and John Loy in the late 1980s. And Widmeyer and Loy's paper is the one that I'm going to be focusing on. This experimental manipulation of beliefs is referred to as the warm-cold effect. In a classroom setting, students in Widmeyer and Loy's experiment were given different introductions to a visiting professor and later asked to describe the professor and his lecturing abilities. But before the professor appeared, half of the students were informed that he was a rather cold person, and the other half were informed that he was a rather warm person. In addition, students in both groups were also told that he was either a professor of physical education or a professor of social psychology. All the students experienced the exact same lecture, which was delivered in a very neutral manner. Okay? The results showed that students who were led to believe that the lecturer was a warm person not only reported that he was much more likable than students led to believe he was a cold person, they also reported that he was a more competent teacher. This is an example of a false belief because the liking or disliking and the perceptions of competency and incompetency arose from the warm or cold introduction and not from the professor's actual mannerisms or methods of teaching, which were all identical for students. Most importantly, the information regarding the professor's area of expertise as either a professor of physical education or social psychology had no effect on students' perceptions. Now, this experimental example has real-world consequences for a functioning democracy, such as when people can be manipulated, for example, by the media, into falsely believing that they like or dislike a presidential candidate because of his or her public policy, when in fact the perception arises solely from the media's framing of the candidate merely as likable or dislikable. The issue of competency to hold the highest position of public office does not even need to factor into the equation. The use of repression and terror, including threats of censorship, suppression of information, imprisonment, and torture by leaders to silence political opponents and dissidents, is not exclusive to authoritarian states. Such tactics can also be employed by leaders of democratic states, a fact that can be difficult for people to acknowledge, especially if it is not consistent with their belief system. We must be ever vigilant of the motives of leaders who would persuade us to surrender our property, liberty, and humanity, one priceless piece at a time. How can we do this? First and foremost, by educating ourselves and our fellow citizens on how we, the people, can be manipulated by our government and its lapdog news media into forfeiting our civil liberties and duties. We need to challenge the long-standing and often erroneous assumptions about the role of government, public discourse, and dissent in democratic societies. And we can start by identifying some of the social psychological factors that can prevent people from examining evidence of crimes committed by the state. Although some people may harbor cynicism about bureaucrats and politicians, most do not want to believe that public officials in general, and especially those at the highest office, would participate in election tampering, assassinations, mass murder, or other high crimes, especially in democratic societies. For example, although public cynicism towards government was high in the months prior to 9/11, trust in U.S. officials in Washington rose significantly. It more than doubled to 64% in the weeks following the terrorist attacks, suggesting that heightened focus on national security breeds support for incumbent foreign policymakers. Claims that state intelligence and other officials within democratic states could conspire with criminal elements to kill innocent civilians are difficult for citizens of those states to comprehend, even when backed by substantial evidence. Evidence that U.S. officials have used the attacks of 9/11 as a means to manipulate the mass public into accepting two major wars of aggression has been dangerously ignored by mainstream media and academia until recently. Protecting democracy demands that citizens must be made aware of how they can be manipulated by government and media into forfeiting their civic liberties and duties. Information vital to protecting citizens from crimes against democracy orchestrated by the state, as history has repeatedly demonstrated, can happen particularly in times of disaster, collective shock, and national threat. I want to end with one important quote from Dr. Martin Luther King, who I opened up with, that is just imperative today and perhaps even more so than when he said it. We must move past indecision to action. We must find new ways to speak for peace in Vietnam and justice throughout the developing world, a world that borders on our doors. If we do not act, we shall surely be dragged down the long, dark, and shameful corridors of time reserved for those who possess power without compassion, might without morality, and strength without sight. Now let us begin. Now let us rededicate ourselves to the long and bitter, but beautiful, struggle for a new world. This is the calling of the sons of God, and our brothers wait eagerly for our response. Shall we say the odds are too great? Shall we tell them the struggle is too hard? Will our message be that the forces of American life militate against their arrival as full men, and we send our deepest regrets? Or will there be another message of longing, of hope, of solidarity with their yearnings, of commitment to their cause, whatever the cost? The choice is ours, and though we might prefer it otherwise, we must choose in this crucial moment of human history. Thank you.
One of the most important things to understand is, from my point of view, how I got here and why I'm here. Because I don't take the same position of the scientific community that I behold. What I behold is that this knowledge has to get out to the people. And you need an actionable item. And I want to give you one statement about my experience, because I get it all the time. Well, we got to inform the people. We got to do this for the people. Keep in mind, if the people have no vehicle to act upon that information, all you do is create a new generation of cynics. That's all that happens. When you have information, as a citizen, you must have a vehicle to act upon it. The people, without the ability to make law, are disenfranchised. And I tell you that as a politician, because I got elected, several elections in fact, and I'll tell you very candidly how it works. I get money from special interest. I turn around and manipulate you, my constituency, and after you elect me, I look down at you and say, hell, I'm smarter than all of you. I just fooled you. I got elected. That is the way it works. That is the way it works. And so when people say, I can't believe that our leadership would be so criminal to cause 3,000 deaths, my God, realize that that's what they're always doing. Ever since I've been in public office, the leadership of my country that I love, your country and the world, we've just been killing people wantonly. I came to the conclusion that the answer, and I came to this conclusion totally, I was grappling with it for more than a decade, and that is that the answer lies with the people. Very simple. There's only two venues for change: the government, wherein lies the problem, or the people. The problem is the people don't have the power to act upon the knowledge that they receive and what they continue. So I wrote legislation. It's called the National Initiative. This initiative is a device, meta-legislation. I don't care about the issue. Meta-legislation to empower you to make laws in every government jurisdiction of the United States, and I hope someday in every jurisdiction, government jurisdiction of the world. The people then would come in as partners, full partners with their representatives, who will then be in a position to do a better job in their representation, because we need good leaders. But the people will be the policymakers. And the minute they come into that scene, they are the senior partners. I was there on 9/11 with a 3-day funk depression glued to the TV. Now, why did I know right then and there that the fix was in? Well, I knew it. I've been following the military-industrial complex and fighting them for the last 40 years. 9/11 generated 3 wars: Iraq, Afghanistan, and the most diabolical one of all, which will finance into infinity the military-industrial complex. That's the war on terror. Because terror was with us at the beginning of civilization, and it will be with us at the end of civilization. Let me re-emphasize Cicero's great statement. Keep in mind, when he was around, Cicero said, "But freedom is participation in power. If you do not make laws, none of you have ever participated in power unless you've been elected to office." I've participated in power, and what I saw was terrible, was terrible. I've got the backing and the acceptance of this law, which has never been done before, by California, by Oregon, and now by Massachusetts. It's locked in. It's locked in.
Hello, my name is Bob McElvain. I live in Philadelphia, the suburbs of Philadelphia. My son Bobby, almost 10 years ago, died right here at the site of the North Tower on September 11th, 2001. Bobby lived up at 66 between 1st and 2nd and took the subway to Fulton Street and walked over from Fulton Street, where he had just started a job at Merrill Lynch. He had just started there like 2-3 weeks before 9/11. And so my assumption is that day we had no idea what happened to Bobby, but we came up to New York and we did find his body, and we took Bobby home that week and buried him a week later on Tuesday the 18th. For years and years I've been trying to find out what happened that day. But in the beginning, things were so frantic, you spend almost a year just grieving because you just can't figure out what happened. But I questioned the story of 9/11 immediately, but again, I just wasn't getting involved in that too much. I went to most of the 90% of the 9/11 Commission hearings. Well, my whole life changed after Condoleezza Rice testified, and I don't call it testimony. As far as the case of Condoleezza Rice, it was a filibuster. They were questioning her about this August 6th memo that Osama bin Laden was supposed to attack the United States. And of course, I assume everyone knows what a filibuster is, but she just talked nonsense. And each commissioner only had 5 minutes to speak up or to ask questions. Well, anyway, that ended. Nothing was said, nothing was done. All the commissioners are surrounding Condoleezza Rice, shaking her hands, everyone's smiling. And that's when I lost my cool. It was after that that I did an interview, I was angry, and I've been angry ever since. I realized the investigation was a total sham, and I think everyone in the world knows that the investigation was a total sham. Even the commissioners admit, some of the commissioners admit that it was a sham. So I've dedicated my life since then to just concentrating on 9/11 truth. You're having hearings up in Toronto. I just think it's such a wonderful thing because it's going to put this information out to hopefully the whole world. And from that, maybe we would have a nonpartisan, objective investigation for a constant war. And it's based on what happened that day, what happened that morning. And these are explosions that took place. So I really wish you luck in Toronto. My spirit is with you, but my family, we're here at Ground Zero every September 11th. So I will be thinking of you, and I just want you all to stay strong and do your thing. Thank you.